What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we are back again for some more acciones. All right, let's get this party fucking started, shall we? Shall we? What's up, everybody? All right, let me share this out to my peoples. All right, 1 second. Liberal loud mouth. There we go. God damn it. What's up, y'all? Welcome aboard. Let me share this to my places. I don't know why the fuck. Okay. Give me just a second, y'all. I'm sharing out the live. And if you would also share out the live, that'd be great. That'd be wonderful. It's been so long, I gotta make sure. Can y'all hear me okay? Been a minute. We are live. Boom. All right. What's up, everybody? Oh, thank you, guys. Thank you. What's up, Linda? All right, so I'm going to wait for a little bit and see what the TikTok algorithm gods have in store for me since I took some time away from this godforsaken fucking app. These cocksucking motherfuckers. And if you don't like cursing, this isn't the life for you. As you can see. Maybe I should have said that before I went on a cursing rant. I don't know. God, the lighting in this room fucking sucks. I got to get a panel. Nefertiti, what's up? One second. I actually need to get my conspiracy loves cousin. I got to get my drink. I'll be right back. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Biatches. Oh. What's up, Benjamin? Yeah, for those of you that reached out to me during my absence, I appreciate it. And if you didn't, fuck you. Okay? All right? I'm just kidding. But not really. What's up, Lil Red? All right, we're going to get this show going. There's a lot of crazy shit going on. I actually took a huge break from politics at all. I mean, I had to kind of catch myself up, really. I've been playing Ark Raiders. If you guys haven't played this game, it's fucking addicting. You can find me on there, Lib Loudmouth, if you want to go do some question shit together. We can play. The wife and I will play also. And my son, he plays too. What's up, Benjamin? How are you? Good to see you. And you've got bars already. Getting it started right. I can't hear you. Oh, you're breaking up. God damn it. Yeah, you're breaking up. I can't hear you. Let me wait till you.
Hold on, give it a second.
Yeah. Well, if that's how the show's going to start, this show's going to suck. So just keep that in mind there in the comment section. See you, Nefertiti. Yeah, it's still really bad. I can't hear shit. This is what it sounds like. Benjamin letting us down. Broken power supply. That's funny. So, I'm going to have to build the show back up probably after the fucking week. Isn't that crazy? Because as you go up in the creator rankings, they have what's called rank shields. So it's allows you days off, and they'll punish you in the algorithm if you don't do it every day. It's fucking weird. But I'll do what I want. Also, the times that you see up there, those no longer are going to apply. I'm just going to go live whenever I fucking feel like it. Thought about doing lives just whenever. Because honestly, this app is fucked anymore. Oh, we lost Benjamin. Yeah, it's, it pushes people who are just absolute jackasses. These shills, fucking nuts. I just saw a video this morning, though, of Alan Dershowitz. Matter of fact, I did a response video, but let me pull this video up for y'all so you can see. And this is actually why I put Shitrael in the title here. Give me just a second. I got to pull this up. It was the last video I just did. It's fucking crazy. Let me turn this up. There we go. All right, watch this shit.
Epstein just had a completely different life that he just did not tell you about. And it may also have included being a spy. I mean, clearly.
Telling me that he worked for the Mossad would have given him a get out of jail free card. I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he worked for the Mossad, for the CIA, it would have been a slam dunk for me to go to whoever I had to go to, even up to the President of the United States, and I would have gotten him a deal with no time at all.
Hang on a second. You mean if he'd said he was working with the Mossad or CIA, then he would get off being a pedophile?
That's right.
And I mean, look, if you watch this show, you probably aren't surprised by this at all. And let's review, shall we? Because the first time that J.E., I don't want to say the name because of, the freest country on earth. When we speak, we aren't allowed to say things that they don't like. The first time that he was convicted, he got 18 months. This dude was procuring minors for sexual activity. That's what he was busted for. This dude got 18 months. He only served 13. But part of his sentencing deal, alongside the non-prosecution agreement, was that he could leave prison for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. So that actually plays into what Dershowitz is saying. So it's like, yeah, we already saw that, right? We already saw him get basically no jail time for doing this. And it was at the first time when it had come out that he was working for Mossad. And so this goes right into the point that Dershowitz was making. Like, we already know this, buddy. But when things become so egregious that the U.S. government can't even ignore them, they will prosecute because they don't really have a choice. Even if they don't want to, they will. Another example of that is Jonathan Pollard. Go look him up. He was given a life sentence. This dude was hawking all kinds of fucking intelligence for Shitrael. And he got a lifetime sentence. After 30 years, they gave him parole, and now he's living high on the hog in Shitrael. So they will prosecute even those who are working as intelligence. They will. It depends on how egregious it was. I think even J.E. knew that was coming, and maybe he did unalive himself. I guess we'll see. Straight into the volcano with the broken power supply says, yeah, I mean, this has been going on. Like, this nation has been fucking us over for so long, guys. I'm sorry, but I've never in my life been in favor of war, but the president that comes after has to be willing to destroy this country in the way that it is. At least the government. You want regime change? There's a country that needs it. So they could exist as a nation, and the people can fucking stay there for all I give a shit, but they have to be dismantled from the top down. They have to be. And, and to that point, so does the United States. Because look at what the fuck we're doing in Cuba. Look at what we're doing. And, people are going to criticize Trump, and rightly so, for what he's doing in Cuba. But let's be honest, we've been doing this to Cuba ever since Fidel Castro took it. We've been doing this. We've had our thumb on their shit for a long time. We've made the people in Cuba suffer But in Cubans, instead of blaming the United States for its economic sanctions and doing what it can to harm Cuba, because U.S. businesses used to run Cuba, essentially. They were just like a proxy country for us. And Fidel's like, no, fuck that. And it wasn't just Fidel, it was the people that revolted. But because of the economic sanctions, they were never allowed to progress. And so their life has been, somewhat miserable ever since. And they've done what they can. Donald Trump is like, you know what? Fuck them. We'll just let them all die. We will murder all of these Cubans in order to get that government to comply. Donald Trump is willing to murder all of those people because that's what's going to happen. You cut off the power supply to a fucking modern nation. What do you think is going to happen? It's going to be devastating. Fucking, you want cholera? You're going to get cholera. You want all kinds of fucked up, crazy diseases that nobody's ever heard of for the last 100 years? Cut off some power supply. And that's exactly what you'll do. So he's willing to sacrifice everybody in Cuba in order to get the government to do what the United States wants it to do. It's going to become a billionaire's fucking paradise. They're going to do to it what they're doing to Gaza. Let's build a fucking skyscraper on the beach because it's real pretty down here. And us billionaires, we got too much money. I don't know what else to invest in. Hey, why don't we use the United States military to take over a goddamn sovereign nation, and then we can build it in our own image and have our own little playground. And maybe we'll traffic minors into there. Maybe we won't. This is their mindset. These people are fucking sick. These people are sick. And sadly, they're running the country. They're running the United States. So as much hate that I give for the Israeli or the Shitrael government, I also extend to the United States government because it's fucking gross. Let me get through some of these comments here. Different offenses, though. Fabusco, can you expand on that? What do you mean, different offenses? What happening? Sparky, Donald Trump has basically put a complete and total embargo because they on oil importation from other countries. Cuba used to get their oil from Venezuela and other sources. Donald Trump has essentially encircled them. Since we've taken Venezuelan oil, we're not allowing any oil to go into there, and they rely on oil in order to power everything. And so now they have no power. It's not just rolling blackouts. It's not like here and there. No, it's like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They don't have power except for some of like their military outposts and shit like that with generators and such, things that the government would need to continue to function. And so the trash is fucking piling up in the streets. The water, there's not going to be clean water. You want to wash your hands? Too bad. Can't do that. You don't have any power. Food in the refrigerator? Not anymore. It just rotted. You had shit in your freezer? Not anymore. That's what's happening in Cuba right now. It's literally the apocalypse in fucking modern times. And Donald Trump's like, hey, just do what I tell you. And that's the fucking mentality of this guy. It's fucking gross. William says we need to change. Abso-fucking-lutely. Bunny, good morning, Vietnam. Absolutely. Robin Williams, one of the greats. I remember seeing his stand-up for the first time and thinking, this guy is fucking gross. Because, you see him in the movies and he's a lot more like, PG-13, but then you see his stand-up and, he was pretty gross fella. Brianna says, I've missed you. Where have you been? I've been just taking a break. And thank you, Brianna. I appreciate the kind words. Unfortunately, without you, what do you mean, Anastasia TV? How about the fact, Daniel says, how about the fact that so many people associated with e-files have committed self-unalivings? I'm not aware of any. Can you fill me in on that, Daniel? You're welcome to come up here and talk about it if you'd like. Oh, Benjamin is requesting them. Let me bring Benjamin in. Hospitals. Exactly, Spears. That's another thing I didn't even mention. Fucking hospitals can't work. They can't do surgeries. Like, because if you can't run the stuff in order for anesthesia and stuff like that, what do you do? For life support, that sort of thing. Crazy. Fabusco, Cuba is the next Gaza. Exactly. Cheeseburgers in Paradise, Deja to Huela. Benjamin, you're welcome back, sir. Shitrael, Buff Slut. I actually like that name. That's funny. Buff Slut. It makes me think of some like female bodybuilder. And maybe that's sexist for me to think female when I hear slut, but I think that's normal. He's got to be impeached and removed. Dems have to win midterms. I agree, Spirit. MAGA wants to be ruled. Oh, they love it. They love it. They love people who just like tell them what to do, I guess. I don't know. They can't control their own lives, so they're like, please tell me, Daddy. What do I need to do, Daddy? I'll touch myself for you. Espionage and child stuff. And forgive me, guys. I'm trying to get through these. Jesse, about time, damn. Are you a Cuban? I am not, Alana, too spiritual. Will the Dems impeach Trump if they win House and Senate? I don't know, and honestly, I'm not sure if that's strategically wise anyway. That'll just give this fucker, martyrdom status yet again. Oh, there's a witch hunt. They're going out. I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze there, He needs to go to jail. He needs to be investigated. Motherfucker needs to go to prison is what he needs to do. Anyway, Benjamin, welcome in. What's up, man? You don't have any bars now, so that's good.
Yeah, no, do I sound okay on this? Or do
I can hear you.
I need to put on my headset? Okay, cool. Yeah, will Donald Trump, will he have, so everything that's going on right now, do we think he's just throwing everything out there because he's going to have immunity? Or do you think he'll have immunity to all of the charges that should be brought against him? Like, where do we, because...
that remains to be seen, I guess. Because the Supreme Court, in that ruling with presidential immunity during the course of, they basically left it up to themselves to decide. And I think he'll get a pass. Yeah, I think he'll get a pass. It seems like
Bondi and his whole entourage is basically kind of under, hey, just go for everything, do what I say. Right before I get out of office, I'll just throw out the pardons like Biden did, and y'all will all be good. So maybe that's why they have the balls to continue to just act like Pam Bondi did during the hearing and just kind of like whatever.
Absolutely. I think that's absolutely why he is acting in the way that he did. Not only that, not just the immunity part that Supreme Court threw at him, but also because he has an apparatus behind him in his second term that he didn't have in the first term. And in fact, Jesse, thank you so much for that. Holy shit, that's cool as fuck. Because the first time he didn't really, nobody liked him. Like even Republicans couldn't stand his ass. And so he didn't really have that backing. And I will say that had he won the second term, had he defeated Biden, I don't think he would have been as bad as he is, because he had 4 years to go around and network and get all these billionaires behind him, because he essentially, in my opinion, sold to these billionaires, I will make you extremely wealthy. You'll own property in Gaza. You'll own property in Cuba. You'll be allowed to do this. I'll use the U.S. taxpayer dollars to buy buildings from you at inflated prices. Because he's 4 years set him up. Yeah, so because he's got all of these billionaires and all of this shit behind him, it's given him the courage and the willingness to do whatever he wants. I don't think he would have had that had he beat Joe Biden, because there wouldn't have been enough time for him to build that, kind of momentum behind him and that support system. So, it sucks. But yeah, here we go. Yeah, fuck, we're not even 2 years in, man. This is wild. Who knows what it's going to look like in 2 years? What the fuck? Daniel, welcome in. You were talking about self-unalivings be careful with the words, obviously, but I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. Aside from like Virginia Giuffre and some others, can you expand on what you were talking about?
It was an individual in France who was self-unalived. I can't remember these names because I didn't write them down. This was just a curiosity. It's something like Hel- Helen or something like that. I just can't remember the name. There was also an individual here in the United States that threw himself off an overpass only to be hit by a truck, which is number 2. Jeffrey Epstein himself, there's number 3. There was one of the victims, or one or more of the victims, we don't know for sure. One for sure that was unalive. It's an awful lot of coincidence.
Here we go. I pulled this article up. More than 24 people linked to JE have unalived under mysterious circumstances. Is this kind of what you were talking about, or you're talking more just self-unalive?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so let's go through this real quick, because I hadn't seen this before. JE's 6 years ago this month. Let's see. Private investigator Ed Opperman tells the Inquirer they're all connected through a money trail. Financier Stephen Hoffenberg confessed in a final account before his unaliving to the Inquirer, Doug Montero, that E and Maxwell, the convicted whatever, were taping honey trap videos of sleazy VIPs with underage girls for a Kabbalah. Okay, well, that's something we already know. Hoffenberg, the former Towers financial CEO, and Epstein, who died. Okay, that doesn't tell me anything. Let's see. Epstein's final cellmate, Efrain Stone Reyes, 51, unalived of COVID, just weeks after talking with federal investigators probing the monstrous money man's unaliving. Reyes was transferred out of E's cell just one day before the unaliving. Interesting. 3 of Epstein's outspoken accusers also suspiciously perished. Virginia Giuffre, Caroline Andriano, and Lee Sky Patrick, unalived of rug overdoses in May 2023 and May 2027. Let's see. Joe Riccieri, the Palm Beach police detective who led the investigation and pushed officials for justice, unalived May 25th, 2018 after a brief illness at 50. Ex-butler Alfredo Rodriguez, who swiped his former boss's infamous little black book. I remember reading about this and tried to sell it to an undercover FBI agent, unalived in December 2014 of mesothelioma at 60 after serving 13 months in federal prison. What? Was he a fucking coal miner or something? That doesn't make any sense. Kenneth Starr, surgical complications. Roy Black, Marvin Minsky, MIT artificial intelligence pioneer named in Giuffre Epstein's allegation, suffered fatal cerebral hemorrhage. Ronald Eppinger Sr., Miami pimp, who was allegedly the first to traffic Giuffre, unalived. 2 investigative journalists chasing the Epstein scandals also met their end. Former NYPD detective and Epstein book author John Connolly passed away in January 2022 at 78. Of course, some of these are just really old. I mean, it's like they unalived at 70 and 80. Her death. Okay, so yeah, Jean-Luc Brunel, Steve Bing.
That's the one that I was thinking of.
Oh yeah, well he was one of the ones trafficking. He was part of this whole deal. Yeah, hanged. Steve Bing took a plunge from the 27th floor of his LA apartment after talking to the FBI. Mark Middleton, an advisor to President Clinton with ties to E, was found hanged and pew-pewed in Arkansas. Wow. Wait, in what was ruled of self-unaliving? He was hanged and shot, and the police are like, this is clearly self-unaliving.
And only
Clearly.
stopped to reload twice.
Yeah. Well, and the bullet went into the back of the head and came out the front. We know it was a self-unaliving. Had to be. Head of Deutsche Bank. Wow. Bill Richardson, unalived in his sleep. Physicist Stephen Hawking. Oh, I mean, come on. I mean, Stephen Hawking being over there, like, do we think Stephen Hawking actually did things with children? Like, I don't know. That seems a little hard to swallow, I guess you could say. Thank you, Dina. I appreciate the coins. But Daniel, thank you for bringing that up. I'll have to dig some more into this, but that's, of course, a lot of them are old, you know. So it's
just a matter of there just seems to be a lot of strange circumstances surrounding this case that just seem to be just flying off into nothing. Yeah, you know, it's I don't know how else to put it, you know, but now that we're seeing people like Randy Andy being picked up and potentially prosecuted, and some of these other individuals that are, how would you call it, not in the U.S. I think, if anything, our European friends, I don't think we can call them allies any longer. Our European friends may release some of this, but I don't know about the U.S.
Well, they're actually arresting royalty. I mean, come on. They can arrest royalty, and we can't even investigate anybody within the files, yet we can go and arrest a fucking Don Lemon. For the record, let me go back up. There was somebody. Alana Too Spiritual, you have a lot to say about me in the comments. I'd love for you to come up and say it on the show. That'd be great. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's... I don't see any justice happening in this country, but again, you know, we're also kind of taken over by another nation. Let me get to Grant. Grant, welcome in. What's up, man?
Well, I'll speak on Google's behalf.
Grant, I can't hear you if you're talking. Grant, going once, going twice, 3 times. Goodbye. Lift, what's up?
Let me say something that you'll agree with from our president, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you're a liberal, so you probably don't really like Trump, right?
Me being a liberal has nothing to do with my dislike of Trump.
Okay, well,
but I don't like Trump.
I'll bring up something that probably has never been brought up before, okay?
Okay.
So he started an initiative to stop animal testing for pharmaceutical products.
Okay.
Would you agree? Would you agree that's a good thing?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know. How else do we test products?
There's other ways.
Is there?
Yeah,
What are those other ways?
I didn't think you were going to ask me this question, so I wasn't prepared. But like,
well, I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing. I don't like torturing animals. That's for sure. But I'm not sure that there are other options, like, and what options those are.
No, there are. I think it's like you create like you can create some type of. I don't know. I don't know the details of it, but like you like create something, and then you test it on that. Like I think that's how it works. Like obviously I'm flubbing up the details of how it works, but something like that.
Well, so our technology has advanced to the point where I believe that we can create organs. I don't know if we can make them like viable and like, you know, on their own work, like a heart, you know, and then test it on that thing that we've grown. So it's not like a living entity. So if we can put money in that and go that direction, that'd be great. And not have to do that to animals. Because I saw this guy with this laser, and he's like pointing this laser at this fucking scorpion. It just burns the scorpion up. That shit pissed me off so bad when I seen that. People doing that to
and that's only what you've seen.
Up.
Imagine the things you haven't seen, right? So
right, and
that's one positive thing that I don't know much about. I just know that he set forth policy to kind of stray away from that.
Okay, now do you think that they should test things on humans?
Possibly. I'm not sure.
So, because I know there are some programs where they take prisoners and they will offer them some kind of benefit, reduced time or whatever, in exchange for engaging in experimental shit.
Do you think that sounds like a conspiracy theory? I don't think that's actually happening, dude.
You don't think that that's true?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Hi, how are you?
Well, hello, Chris.
How you doing? Thank you for giving me the opportunity, first and most, to be on your live.
Okay, what's up?
So I want to go because I see you're saying something about Cuba and the eye of the nation, voting and all that.
Okay. Liberal, can I ask you about Iran?
So I was born in Cuba. I did 10 years in Cuba in prison.
Okay.
For stuff that I did in the street. It wasn't something that I did. It was something that I was protecting my own people from being arrested for no reason.
Okay, make your point, because there's no way for me to verify the claims that you're making, so make your point.
My point is...
Yeah, because you came in and you just started talking, and Lyft was talking, and I entertained that. So I'm a little irritated, so why don't you speed it the fuck up, make your point.
So my point is, what are you trying to say by your panel?
What do you mean?
What you have on your panel,
Okay, so you have no point. Okay, Lyft, what were you going to say?
So can we talk about Iran and how we're probably going to go to war this weekend, and how it's not necessarily a terrible idea?
Going to war with Iran isn't a terrible idea?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting rid of one of our few enemies, right? I think if we talk about America's enemies, right, probably Russia, Iran.
Okay. I'm going to ask a very simple question. What has Iran done to us?
No, what have they done to their own people is a better question.
No. What has Iran done to us?
We're the world police. It doesn't matter what they do to us.
We are not the world police.
Well, we are.
No, we are not. And in fact, Donald Trump ran on not being the police of the world. These were things that he said. These were things that MAGA said. So why is it all of a sudden MAGA goes completely 180 and they're like, yes, we are the world's police, despite us campaigning on this.
Liberal, he ran on whatever it took to get elected. Does not mean
So he's a liar. Did you vote for him?
Every politician, yeah, I did.
Every politician's a liar.
Every politician's a liar, and therefore I accept liars.
I think that's
So you're saying Biden was never a liar?
Let me make clear. If you have this mentality where, well, I know that they're lying to me about what they're lying, I'm not sure, but I know that they're lying to me, and I'm okay with that. That's why they continue to lie to you.
So Biden never lied. Come on, Hillary Clinton never lied. Come on,
we're talking about Donald Trump. Donald Trump
now
is
we're talking
president.
about Donald Trump because he's the president.
Yes, he's the president. Correct.
Now he's the problem, right? Oh, but y'all didn't talk about So what happened when he releases the
Whoa,
files?
whoa.
Oh, it's a
Hey,
problem now. But
Chris.
Biden was in office. Why didn't he release them?
Okay.
Oh, it's not a
He
problem,
couldn't,
right?
dude. There was a court case,
Yeah,
dude. He
there
couldn't
there was a
release
court
them.
case. Much of that was under seal. And Chris, don't forget,
Yeah.
half of the files still haven't been released.
Come on. Whether,
Come on.
well, listen,
Half of the
He's
files.
right about that.
what
Listen,
I noticed.
listen, Chris. Half of the files have not been released. Joe Biden couldn't release much of the files because it was under fucking seal. Also, Joe Biden didn't campaign on releasing the files either. This wasn't something that he was pushing for.
Can we get back to Iran? I feel like we're straying a little bit away.
Sure.
I know, and we can talk about Epstein later. But like, so a country that is, violating their own citizens' rights, right? Like Venezuela, right?
Like the United States, right?
Yeah, but that's a different thing.
Are we going to attack ourselves, Lift?
Well, no, I believe in as
Are we our own enemy?
As a Republican, I believe in states' rights. I don't.
I mean,
believe in
think about
federal-
this. You've got like a group of P3DOs, and this is, in both parties, sadly, that are running the government, telling other people, you can't be a P3DO. Only I can. The U.S., we can mistreat our people. We can shoot people in the face. We can run them over. We can crash our vehicles into them. We can fucking throw you on the ground at gunpoint as a U.S. citizen because the owner of the truck you were driving happens to not be a U.S. citizen. We can violate rights left, right, and center and then turn right the fuck around and look at another country and say, oh my God, how dare you do the exact same things to your people that we're doing to our own.
U.S. had 3 unalivings, right? You know how many Iran had?
I know how many it's alleged.
7,000 is the
I know
answer.
how many it's alleged that Iran has.
Yeah,
but let me
dude.
pose a situation to you, Lift. Let's say that a group of people were trying to revolt against the U.S. government. How many people do you think the U.S. government would shoot?
3.
All of them.
No.
Yes. If there was an armed populace that was coming against the U.S. government with the sole intention of overthrowing the U.S. government, are you telling me that the U.S. government wouldn't call in the military and literally shoot those people on sight?
No, I think the military would make that decision. Like,
yes,
I think
they would.
Well, they would decide.
They would shoot them.
No, they. I don't think that they just follow orders nonchalant.
They've done it before. They've done it before. That's why the Insurrection Act exists.
Where have they done it before?
Every time that there is a quote-unquote uprising, unless it's MAGA going to the Capitol to try and stop the erection, then they don't really care. Then they won't do it. But look at Donald Trump. He sends military to the cities, right?
Okay, so you want to talk about... Hold up a second. Sorry to cut you off there, Lift and Shift. You want to talk about that Trump and MAGA going into the Capitol? Why don't you be silly enough, right?
Bro, I didn't even mention that. I didn't mention that.
I just used it as an example.
No, he just used it as an example. So now you want to bring that as an example. Now let me finish. So you want to talk about MAGA winning into the Capitol?
Chris, hold on. I want to make sure that we're clear on how we got here. Lift asked me, when did this happen? And I use that as a sarcastic, unless you're MAGA and you go to the Capitol. So that was just a side point. And the fact that you're honing in on this to make a point is kind of silly because you're about to pivot to something else. But please proceed.
Because you brought it up, but let me finish. Since you brought it up, now I'm gonna finish it.
Because I was asked, when else has this happened? And I went down a list of things that have happened in the past.
Okay.
I also brought up the fact that we sent military to other countries or to other cities.
So you had MAGA people going to the Capitol, breaking into the Capitol, right? I'm not saying is right. It's wrong. Okay, But what about the other people that are out there burning, breaking into stores, burning people's personal cars? We're not talking about like
Where?
other people. No, we're talking about people's personal cars, breaking into stores, freeing, taking the opportunity.
And those are crimes.
Getting free things. Yeah, those are crimes. Those are breaking crimes, right?
And so what do we do? What do we do when people? What do we do when people commit crimes? We arrest them and we prosecute them, don't we?
Then you have people, hold up. Then you have people blocking out streets for no reason and burning the American flag. Yeah, it's all right to burn the American flag, but you cannot burn
about it.
No, but the problem
if it's a right, then why even bring it up? What's your point?
My point is you cannot burn American flag right in the middle of the street, stopping pedestrians from cars. Yes, because people want to go home. There's people.
Wait. So you don't have a right to protest in this country? You don't want people to be able to protest in the way that they want to protest?
So I have to come from somewhere and I got to spend an hour, 2 hours because I have protesters burning the flag in the middle of the road? You can't block the middle of the road.
Damn.
That's such a weak argument, dude.
Is living free.
Y'all want to nitpick.
I want to live in a free country, but I don't want to be inconvenienced. Ever.
Y'all want to talk about you want to talk about people mega going into the Capitol. Why don't you talk about people that went and protest, robbing into cars, breaking cars, blowing up cars? You don't talk about that, right? You don't talk about that, right?
Hold on. Chris, you've gone on a tangent, and I've entertained your whole tangent about what is it specifically that you're referring to when you say when they break into cars and they break into this and they do. What are you referring to specifically?
What do you mean what I'm referring?
I'm asking you what you're referring to.
They're breaking into people's cars.
Right now?
People's cars. Yeah, right now.
Okay, so I just said earlier, what do we do with criminals? Chris, I asked you that already, and you repeated yourself, and I'll ask you again. What do we do with criminals, Chris?
We put them in jail.
Thank you. That's what you do to those people. What the fuck?
Right. And it's not happening.
Because that's not a protest. You're trying to conflate these two. You're trying to conflate a protest with people doing stupid shit. The two aren't the same, bro.
Totally. It's totally right. You're right. You're 100% right. I agree with you.
I don't know what else to say. Like, when somebody shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk and smeared shit on the wall, do you think somebody should go to jail for that?
No, you're not. You're being silly. That's not.
No. That is a serious question because it actually happened. Somebody shit on the desk and smeared feces all over the wall of our Capitol. Do you believe that person should go to jail for that?
You know what the problem is? You know what?
And he won't answer the question. Fuck, it's a simple question, dude. If you shit on somebody's desk, Chris, do you think they should go to jail?
No, you cannot fucking compare that. No, I'm talking about
no.
No.
You don't think they should go to jail?
Answer his question, then move on to what you're trying to say. Okay.
Regardless of whatever circumstance it is, whether Trump does or don't do, or he does or don't do, or does, or whatever he did, he's always going to get judged regardless. That's what I came into conclusion. That's what it is.
Wait, who's always going to get judged regardless?
Trump. Whether he does,
wait. Okay, I knew, Chris, I knew you were going to pivot, but that's a pretty hard one. We were talking about people committing crimes, right? And I talked about somebody shitting on a desk. I just asked you if you think they should go to jail for that. And you're like, but Trump. Like, why do you connect criminal activity with Trump? Because that's really what you just did. We were talking about criminal acts, and you're like, but Donald Trump.
Because I find it funny how when shit went out to the Capitol, everybody judged him. But the moment protesters were breaking into stores, burning the whole city down, burning their own area down, it wasn't a problem, right? That wasn't a problem.
Who said that wasn't a problem? Because thousands of people went to jail. If you're referring to BLM, are you referring to the BLM riots? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, all those riots,
yes.
All those lovely riots, they take
Dude, thousands of people went to jail for the crimes that they were busted doing. Seriously, go look it up.
Plus,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a
I think
crime. It's not a protest.
Some of those agitators, I think, were
white supremacists. That's right, the Umbrella Man. I'm glad that you brought that up, Lift, because I remember watching this in real time when the protests first started. They were peaceful and it was fucking everywhere. And all of a sudden, you got that fucking jackass clad in all black with that fucking umbrella going through, smashing the windows of that fucking auto parts store. Turns out he was I believe he was a cop, but I know for sure he was a white supremacist in a white supremacist group who went there to do exactly what he did, which is create a fucking massive havoc. And it worked. Sadly.
Yeah, but, we didn't have 7,000 people unalive, right? So
right. Anyway, so
I mentioned that number because we're straying away from the entire start of this, which was
I was just about to try to rein us back to the beginning. I'm not even sure how we got here, but Lift, bring us back. Go ahead.
So I think the concept is essentially, in Iran, we do have a government that is, first, the people do not like their own government. And I think we are in a position to help support the local populace. And I've seen other arguments where people say, hey, let's just arm them or whatever. And we know that's not going to work because we tried that before. And
you talk about arming the people, like the people in Iran. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. That's not going to work because we tried that before and we saw how that played out, right? 20-year war. So
what's interesting about what we're seeing in Iran, and forgive me for cutting you off, because it's just a point I think that's relevant here, is that we've seen this exact thing that we're watching right now. We've seen this before, and the United States did it. In 1953, this was Project Ajax, is what we called it. There was one from Britain because we'd worked with Britain at the time to go in because they were going to nationalize their oil and they were going to do audits and shit, because at the time it was it's British Petroleum now, but it used to be called something else, like Anglo something or something. And so they started to audit. So we went in there. We funded both sides of those protests, and it looks exactly like it looks now, where they started fighting and ended up overthrowing.
We've had no involvement to that scale in Iran, and
well, you don't know that we literally just flew planes over and blew up.
We've seen through the years, we've seen them uprise multiple times. Like, the people are tired of the regiment that they're living under. So
yeah, we did that. The United States did that.
No, we didn't.
Yes. They had a democratically elected leader. And we went in and funded.
You're going way too far back.
No. Because it's relevant, because that never really changed. No, it is. It is, because we've been doing these things for like ever, because we installed a dictator into their nation after the coup. That guy that went in there was on our side, and then when they revolted again to overthrow the guy that we put in place,
but they did not know the repercussions of what they were doing, dude. Now they know.
No, they did know. They knew exactly.
No, they did not know. They did not know this would be the result of it. Let's be real.
Yes, because it happens before. It's a power vacuum. Yeah, when it gets filled, it's not always filled with the great person. It's not always the good guy that ends up winning. It's the one that's willing to do the most damage.
Look, play the scenario out, right? Let's say we bomb only military sites, let the people do the work, right, after we do that, and then let's see the outcome of it. If we have one less
we already know what the outcome is.
No, we don't.
Yes.
No, we don't, because we've done Florida campaigns. We're not doing that this time.
No, it's just an expanse of U.S. hegemony. That's all that is.
What, are you relating this to fucking Libya?
What do you mean? We fucked that shit up too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we did it in Iraq. We did it in Afghanistan. It's not like we can't know what's going to happen. We know what's going to happen because we've done it over and over and over and over again ad nauseum.
No, the local populace is way more determined than. Look, when you talk about Afghanistan, right? They were only allegiant to their own tribes, right? So that wasn't going to work. Iran is completely different, in which there is a sense of country unity. So that alone is a possibility for way more success, right? Do you agree with the Afghanistan part that I said? They're only local to their tribes.
I don't know enough about the culture of Afghanistan to be able to speak
Well, the
on
country
that. But what I
unity was
know
not a
is
thing.
that the United States goes into these countries.
Well, you know
Fuck
it's
shit
the
up.
thing. No, you know it's the thing because
Yes.
you saw how fast the national quote unquote national military dropped. It's because they didn't have anything to fight for. They didn't fight for their country. Iran is different, in which they are fighting for their country.
Well, you know what? It's interesting, Lift, because when the people of Cuba revolted against U.S. hegemony, look what happened. Right? So I'm not sure what you mean. Like, if the outcome of this isn't what the U.S. wants, if they're not able to install their own person that they control, it's just going to continue. They'll just keep doing it and tell the American public, hey, these people are bad because of X, Y, and Z. And the American people are like, oh, they must be bad because they look weird. And we've been indoctrinated into this. If they wear a turban, or if they look this certain way, or if they're a Muslim, they must be weird and bad because their religion. I don't understand. They've fed this to the American public. Like, I've watched it my whole life. Like, they really have. They've eneminized. I don't even know if that's a word, but they've made enemies of everybody that doesn't look like us.
Well, and then Scott, Lift, you're using some like crazy talking points, right? And I just got a couple of questions for you, if that's okay. You're basically repeating what Lindsey Graham was stating, right? Let's just go in and conduct airstrikes and let the people take care of the rest, right? So, it's kind of crazy. And even yourself, you're like, yeah, we should just go in, airstrike it. And that's what the people want. No, the people don't want the U.S. and the West to come in and bomb their country. The people don't want that. Although, right, people might be against the actual regime there, but they are also against imperialism. They're against foreign intervention.
That's right.
So,
they should be. As well, they should be.
Look at Iraq, look at Libya, look at Syria, look at Afghanistan. Like we know that
Syria is a good example. Syria
is in shambles right now. Syria is literally in shambles.
Bro, they fought for their freedom. They got their freedom. And
when did they get their freedom? Right now? You think Syria is free right now?
Yeah, I'm serious.
You think Syria is actually free?
Yeah, I do.
How are they free?
They overthrew a tyrannical.
Who's they? Who overthrew?
The people.
Who is they? Not necessarily the people. No.
Yeah.
Because you can even look in the Jeffrey files, right? And they even mention Syria, about how they wanted to overthrow the regime in Syria, right? I just want to point something out. I am not somebody that supports the former regime in Syria. I just want to point that out. But I also am not dumb to the point where I understand what happened in Syria, right? What happened in Syria? Somebody that was literally this Ahmed Shorab, the Jolani, somebody that was on the US's T list. He had a $10 million bounty on his head, and they installed him they put him in as a puppet.
Bro, he changed his views. He was young.
Oh, he changed his views. Okay, cool.
18 years old. He did not know what he was getting involved in. Okay.
So, fantastic.
He didn't know. But I want to point out real quick, Lift, because Wesley Clark, I remember he was on stage. I don't know what the context of that interview was, but he told the story that right after 9/11, the administration had come up with, I think it was 7 countries that they had planned to invade, and guess which one was one of them? Syria. And lo and behold, every country that he listed on there, the United States has gone after But simultaneous to going after those countries, they then push propaganda into the public. So the public thinks it's for some righteous reason. Oh, it's a dictator. It's a bad guy.
But
It's rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat.
Lift, real quick. Just real quick. I just want to point something out. So I swear it'll be 10 seconds and then you can respond. So do you know, right? So you know how the I state Israel has been saying Iran is the biggest threat. Iran is the biggest threat. Now they're stating that Turkey is even a bigger threat than Iran. So after the U.S. strikes Iran, who's going to be next? They're telling us who's going to be next. They're going to actually strike Turkey after that. Like, it's a never-ending cycle.
Never ending.
I'm telling you, Israel says Naftali Bennett just came out and stated that that Turkey is a bigger threat than Iran.
Bro, you have some secret agenda against Israel. Like, I'm not going to.
It's not even a super agenda against Israel, but I recognize the problems, right? I recognize how Israel literally gets us into all of these wars in the Middle East. I recognize it. I recognize the influence that Israel has on the United States of America. The fact that you want to call it a super agenda. Oh, go ahead. Then I want to go back to him because I have one other question. He made a statement, bro, and I have to address it. It'll be quick if you allow me, and then I'll.
Lift was trying to say something earlier. I wanted to hear him because you've had the floor for a minute. But Lift, what was it that you were trying to say a minute ago?
All right. So what I was saying is that Syria is in a better position now than they were before, right? And so we could see the same thing happen in Iran.
Okay, and see, that's where I have a problem because to you,
I'm an optimist,
in a better position is from the view of America and this colonialist mentality. Because you look at, well, generally speaking, not just you, but we'll look at other countries and think, oh, their life sucks. They're having all these problems because they don't live like us. Their culture is not like us. So we have this view that if it's not like us, it must be bad, right? And now we've got to apply our standards to somebody else who lives a completely different life. We have no respect for other people's cultures, sadly. So this is something that in your mind you might add to the thoughts that you have, like, okay, is this a cultural difference between us?
No, dude, look, I look at what was happening. No, I look at what was happening. I see that they were clearly had. I mean, look, we saw the results of the Syrian war, right? We saw those rooms that they had that were literally just made to torture people, right? And we got rid of it, right? They exposed it, right?
First of all, have rooms to torture. We have rooms to torture people, bro. What are you talking about? Again, this goes back to when I was saying, like, the U.S. is doing all of the things that it criticizes other countries for doing. It's
okay,
weird.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We can still judge other people.
No,
even if we're not doing the right thing,
no,
we can make other people do the right thing.
No, you do not get to criticize if you can't fix your own problems in your own country. You have no fucking right to go around and bully somebody else. And are you telling me you think that we don't do that anymore?
I don't think that we do. We definitely don't do waterboarding anymore.
What?
We don't.
Okay.
It got exposed. We don't do that. It got
exposed, right. It got exposed, and so they just kind of shoved it under the rug and did it somewhere.
So the Jeffrey files got exposed, so we no longer traffic children, right? It got exposed, so we no longer there's no other organizations doing the same shit. Come on, Lift.
Yeah.
You gotta be smarter than that.
We're not. Look. I didn't go down that road. I didn't say all those things. What I said is that we're not waterboarding people anymore. Okay, I think that's a fair statement.
Okay. Well, Dina said, and real quick, guys, DJ, I know you wanted to address something. I'm going to get back to you, but Dina said she had breaking news, and I'm forgive me, only good vibes. Give me just a second. I want to hear what Dina's breaking news is, and I'll get to you. Dina, what's up?
Thank you so much. I'm not going to be here very long.
Sure.
The Supreme Court just struck down Trump's tariffs, 6-3 decision. All of the tariffs are struck down. This is really important, guys.
Oh, wow.
Very good news for the American people.
Wow.
So all of those companies that brought lawsuits against Trump, they won.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's of course, because tariffs are a tax, and the president doesn't get to tax.
That's right.
Congress
So with
has to
that said, you wonderful person, thank you for having
Yeah.
me.
Is
And
Thank
drop
you,
me
Neil.
down.
it
Thanks
going
for
through
the
the
good
appeals
news.
process, or
Fucking
is it
finally.
actually struck down?
What's that now?
Is it going through the appeals process, or is it? Because one thing I
It's a
learned about
Supreme Court.
Yeah, there's no
It's a
appealing
final
the Supreme
decision.
Court. Yeah, it says the 6-3 decision concerned tariffs imposed under emergency powers law, including reciprocal tariffs that Trump levied. It was a rare setback for the administration from a Supreme Court with a 6-3 conservative majority that is regularly backed. See, based on oral arguments, the tariff dispute seemed to be going against Trump. Trump invoked the. I'll have to read into it. I'll have to look up the case and figure out what exactly
who's
was said,
who's gonna
etc.
enforce it? You think it's actually gonna stop?
Well, if Donald Trump doesn't obey the Supreme Court ruling, then impeachment should happen because that's the only mechanism to fix
Well,
it.
impeachment is not going to work.
Probably not. Probably not. But that is the mechanism with which we have to deal with, and somebody who thinks he's a king.
Do you think it actually will hold?
Do you think that Donald Trump should obey the Supreme Court lift?
No, dude. That's not the question. What I'm asking.
I think it's relevant to make sure that you think that Donald Trump should obey what the Supreme Court rules, regardless of what do you think that he should obey them?
I'm not sure. I think the Supreme Court is a little bit biased
In favor of Trump. They are biased in favor of Trump. That is true. But this is the way it goes. So if the Supreme Court makes a ruling, are you saying that you're okay with Donald Trump ignoring that ruling?
Of course I'm not okay with it, dude. Come on.
Okay. Well, then in that case, I would assume that you would be in favor of impeachment and removal. Because if he's in there and look, if the Supreme Court can't even rein him in, he has to go.
Bro, my opinion of the Supreme Court, I think we should expand it furiously. And
I agree. Joe Biden should have done that in his term. We begged him and begged him and begged him and begged him, and he just because I guess they were like, well, we're still playing the game like it's normal.
I think we continually expand it until we have like 135 judges on the board, and then all these court cases will never be settled. And I know I'm saying it like a negative thing, but I think it's a positive thing.
Yeah, in good vibes, I am so sorry. I was going to get to you after Lyft. You're welcome to come back, and I'll give you the floor again. My apologies. I should have gotten to you sooner.
Yeah, sorry. I overspoke.
Well, it was my fault. I was interested in the back and forth between you two, so that's my bad. Anyway, now DJ, you'd said you wanted to address something.
Yeah, I did. There was two things that he was stating, right? And I'll address this. You were talking about the people in Iran, are wanting to overthrow the government, right? And I'm assuming you're saying this because of the protest that started in Iran. That's the first question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can you recognize that the protest started because of the economical situation and the collapse of their currency?
No, I can't because it also started over wearing hijabs, right?
Okay, so it actually didn't, and you can actually listen to Scott Bessent, which is the Treasury Secretary here in the United States, and he actually admits that the U.S. sanctions caused Iran's economic crisis, right? And that they were successful in doing so. Well, what do you mean good? So it's not a good thing, right? Because this is the thing, right? You a lot of Americans are saying they care about people's human rights in Iran. The people are poor and so on. But ultimately, if people cared about the civilians in Iran, they would actually protest and demand lifting the sanctions.
No, if you don't adhere to the rules to enable trading with the U.S., then you don't get to trade with the U.S.
Well, that wasn't
nobody. Why are we forcing countries to trade with the U.S. like this?
Well, because
view
don't understand. We have the highest amount of spending power.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. If a country, do you think that somebody should force you to buy products from anybody? I don't care who it is. Do you think that you personally should ever be forced to buy something from a specific
You're not
person.
forced. You just have the option open, and when the
no,
option is
you're
open,
forcing
You
them
just
by putting
said that.
sanctions. You just said
You
this.
just said that they because they won't trade with us. That's what you just said, Liv.
no. What I said is that you don't get access to the American market if you don't adhere to our standards.
What? I mean, wait, hold on. Like, Lift, I don't think you completely understand what you're saying.
I do.
I really
What
don't.
do you
No,
mean?
you don't, because you're saying you don't have access to the American market. They don't give a shit about the American market. Well,
Right.
I'm not.
They
They don't
actually
give a
do.
damn.
They
So
do.
how? Just tell me, because
We
you
saw
literally.
it in Cuba. We saw how much they flourished.
We're talking about Iran. We're talking about
I
Iran.
know,
So I
but I'm
just want.
giving an example that's relevant to that situation. When we opened the market to Cuba, the people were way more prosperous under that time. So the same thing is applicable to Iran.
So then you're
And
stating you want to force them, right? You want to force them to open the market with the U.S.
No,
to
we don't
buy
need to.
U.S. goods.
No. We
So
don't need to
Lift, that's
force
like
them.
me.
They
Lift,
have
that's
the
like
option.
me.
No, they
That's
have the
like me
option
being your
to.
neighbor.
okay, well
That's like
then let me ask you, Lift. Then what was your point in bringing that up?
That they don't need to adhere to our rules. They just don't get access to the American market.
Okay,
That's it.
but it goes beyond that, Lift. It's not just access to the American market. The United States, when they put sanctions on, they also punish other countries that do business with them as well. So the U.S.
Correct.
isn't just saying that you don't get to trade with us,
Well,
right?
that's the
Because
most
they
effective
could
way
still
to
go
do it.
somewhere else.
That's the
Right,
most
but they're
effective way to
saying
do it.
now you can't trade with somebody else, and if you trade with them, we're going to treat you as a quote enemy nation,
Yeah,
and
it's
we're going to
economic
sanction
leverage.
you, and we're going
Economic
to,
leverage.
and we shouldn't do that because it's harmful
Yeah,
to
we
the
should.
people. And it's interesting because you know the reason that the protests started in the first place was because of economic issues. Economic
the
issues,
too
which
high
you just
prices.
acknowledged, are the result of the United States pushing sanctions to harm that country. So in effect, the
Well,
United
they
States
could've-
is
they could've-
producing economic, serious problems within their country,
Well,
leading to protests.
They could have adhered to our stipulations, and then they wouldn't be in that position.
We are
Why-
not God.
I know, like Lift,
We are not
you're
God.
absolutely. You have this superiority complex as an American.
Yes, that's exactly.
I think
what
you
that
really need
is.
to get over it, because ultimately, like even the fact that you're here calling, right? And this was my other point. You're calling for airstrikes in Iran. Do you know what the repercussions of airstrikes in Iran would be, Lift?
Zero.
Zero. Okay, so I want to point something out to you.
That's
I
not
really
true,
want to point
man.
some. It's not true. Absolutely not true. So there's over 30,000 U.S. troops in the area on all these military bases, right? And hopefully you understand this. Iran is capable of targeting every single one of those military bases, potentially sending Americans back home in body
No, they're
bags,
not,
right?
dude. No, they're not.
So if they weren't, okay, hold on. So if they were not, then why would the U.S. be trying to, in part of the negotiations, they want to end Iran's ballistic missiles program. So the U.S. absolutely knows. Do you listen to any military analyst, Lift, American military analyst,
No, I don't got time
specifically?
for that.
What's that?
I don't got time for that. Fuck that shit.
Why not? Well, you have a lot of time to come up here and talk nonsense. My recommendation to you, Lift, would be to listen to some of these military analysts, right? Literally listen to them.
Yeah.
So I'll give you one for example. There's one. His name is Daniel Davis. He served 21 years in the army. Served twice in Iraq. Served in Afghanistan. And he actually has came out and stated that the U.S. will lose a war with Iran. Military bases will be targeted.
Yeah.
But hold on. Iran literally has one of the most sophisticated ballistic missiles and hyperballistic missile capabilities.
No, they have Russian air fucking defense.
So they have the
weapons
S-300 and they have the S-400. Hold on, Lift.
Proven. No,
They have their own. They have their own stuff.
Surpass
Lift.
that.
Well,
the missile defense system.
So, Lift, are you denying that Iran their drone capabilities is like minute or it's not sophisticated because
their
literally
drone capabilities are affordable.
Thank you, 2 Puffs.
And they're affordable
and they're very effective.
They're effective,
very effective
in countries in smaller countries. They are not.
You mean like Israel?
And like exactly,
like Israel, because they fucked Israel up and they didn't even try. Like
they
that wasn't
penetrated
even
that sky so
so
quick, man.
without a
Bro, because
problem.
you're talking about the Iron Dome, which is not
It's not just
created
the
for that
Iron Dome.
purpose.
They have the U.S. Stat system. They
Dude.
have the Patriot system. They have the Arrow 2, the Arrow
This
3.
ain't Call of Duty, man.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
come on.
Okay, so the point, we can go down the list and get into the minutia of their capabilities. The point, Lift, is that they aren't Afghanistan. They aren't Iraq. They aren't Vietnam. They have capabilities that I don't think people in the United States quite realize. And they've been very restrained because getting into a war with the U.S. is not going to be good for them, but it's also not going to be good for us. Because you want to talk about things happening on U.S. soil, I imagine they have the ability to get to us.
We had the Syrian president come into the U.S., right, which is opening up investment opportunities and trading opportunities. I think the same thing would happen in Iran.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean investment opportunity? Why? What?
Investment opportunities, like we for certain companies to invest in that nation.
Oh my god!
So
I mean, they have to.
Why do we like? Okay, so we could demolish Cuba, which I think they're going to eventually do, and build up. And there's lots of investment opportunities.
I'm not sure that will.
Does that mean that we should? The same in Gaza. It's rubble. Should we go in and make all these, like the fact that you can make investments in something doesn't mean that you go in and like unalive the population, destroy the country, destroy the government so that you can invest. That's weird, Lift. You don't see how that's like problematic?
I agree with your point there. Okay. I'm not disagreeing with you there. Okay. But it's look, if we don't have an option in deciding, what happens. Like, I think we have to look at the positive outcomes of the results of those things that we do. Okay, and so I'm a realist here, dude. I'm a realist.
Okay, I see. Like, I know what point you're making, and this was actually what I was talking about earlier about centering your own culture and your own viewpoint of how the world goes and what life should be like, because that's what we're doing here. It's like we're going to tell you, no, to be good, you guys need to do these things, and so we're going to impose this culture, this worldview on you. And for example, in Cuba, and this is a real thing that's happening right now, we've been screwing Cuba over for ever since Fidel took over. We've had economic pressures on them, hurting their people, not allowing them to progress, and then saying, "Look what your government is doing to you, even though it's us. And don't worry, we will save you." The same people that are harming them are now coming in and saying, "We'll be your savior. Look, just let us take over the country. And guess what? You're going to have high rises. You're going to have tourism dollars. You're going to have all these good things." And it may very well be that life would get better for a lot of Cubans if that happens. But we wouldn't even be there in the first place had we not been putting pressure on their economy and fucking it up. And if they had been allowed to trade with everybody, they would have been able to do the same thing on their own terms using their own culture.
No, I don't think so. No,
and it's wrong.
Because if you don't adhere, look, we have a specific benefit as being America, that we have economic powers to influence how things work out for other countries, right? And so implementing them in countries that kind of, deteriorate their local citizens' population is a positive way to use it. And so I'm using a little bit of jargon here, but I think that, we're using it effectively in the case of Cuba, and in the case of potentially Venezuela, and in the case of Iran.
Imposing our standards on other people.
I mean, our standards are pretty good, dude.
No. Well, this is the thing, liberal. This is what I don't understand with Americans that think this way, right? They want to impose their culture and values on other nations in the Middle East, but meanwhile, they can't stand the fact that Muslims come here to the United States.
Not all the Middle
And the
East.
thing is, Lift, is that Muslims are not coming here to push their way of life onto people, right? But you got majority of people that speak like you actually have a problem with Muslims here. They have a problem with Muslims praying. They have a problem with halal food. They have a problem with the culture and all this. But you have no problem pushing your Western values and ideologies onto those nations. Can you please stop with the hypocrisy, the double standard?
In terms of freedom, yes, I'll push that.
What freedom? What freedom, though? Like, you literally are acting as if people in those regions don't have freedom. Like, your idea of freedom is not freedom.
Well, and let me
Like,
to that
Look
point.
at
To that
Afghanistan,
point,
man. Look at the women in Afghanistan, dude. They don't have freedom.
What do you mean?
To that point, you say that we have freedom, but like, for example, on TikTok in Canada, you can say whatever the fuck you want and they don't ding you for it. You come here to the US, and because of the standards or whatever, and the fact that they don't want to have liability for things that people say, they ding you for everything. So I have to call it iNation, JE. We have code words like schmurder and unalive. Why?
Oh.
Because they censor us. They do it on Facebook. They do it on fucking Shitter, or at least they used to some degree. Now they just let far right people. We don't have freedom here. I watched a video the other day of a guy in front of the city council, and
dude,
because he was very passionate about what he was saying. He wasn't violent. He wasn't like throwing shit, but he's very passionate. And these two cops descend upon him, take the fucking paper off of his table, and nothing's going to happen to those cops.
I believe that social
we don't
media
have freedom.
Has a responsibility to rally speech.
Thank you, DJK.
Thanks,
Ghost. That was Ghost.
Ghost. Appreciate you, bro.
So we don't. I mean, hell, I railed against my school district and got banned. The school district is a government agency. I got banned from all fucking school grounds. I had to fucking sue them in court. If I wasn't able to get a pro bono attorney, I wouldn't have been able to do it. There's no fucking freedom. And they spent $70,000 trying to keep that ban in place. And even after the federal judge said that they violated my First Amendment right and removed the fucking ban and made them unban me, they were still going to go to a jury trial and spend hundreds of thousands more dollars. Even when their own witness said he didn't do the things that the school is claiming that he did to me. Their own witness got up in fucking court and testified that in front of the goddamn judge. And the school was still going to. So when you talk about freedom, we don't have freedom here, man. There's no freedom.
While I may disagree with you on politics, I do appreciate anyone who, walks the walk. And so I have a lot of respect for you for even, entertaining that situation.
Well, I appreciate that. And if for the record, I was going to say this earlier, I appreciate you being up here because, you've got a few of us coming at you. So, I do appreciate you giving opposition. So, don't take it personally, I guess. But that said, the idea that the U.S. is free it really is kind of laughable to me at this point. I mean, we got the fucking NSA's been spying on us, violating our Fourth Amendment rights. It's getting worse. They're now using.
America is free if we have enough money.
Well,
no, not necessarily. It's an illusion. It's an illusion of freedom and democracy.
I was trying to make a fucking a bridge.
I know, but it's really not, though, man.
You're more free if you're a billionaire. Sure,
but still, though, liberal, my constitutional rights are being taken away from me, whether I have millions of dollars or I have thousands of dollars.
No, bro, you were in prison for 10 years.
That's true.
So,
I was in prison for 10 years.
Oh, was that you? Or was that someone else?
No, what the hell are you talking about?
That was the guy, Chris, down below. He dropped off. I wish he'd have stayed too. He was an interesting
But wait, even if I was in prison, I shouldn't have my First Amendment rights?
I
Freedom of
mean, if
speech.
you're in prison for 10 years, I don't know. I don't know what you do.
What do you mean?
Probably get
What?
something
What do
bad.
you? That's
You should still
crazy.
have
No,
you
it's not
should still
crazy,
have
dude.
rights.
That's so crazy, bro.
If you were in prison for 10 years, that means you did something bad.
Well, no, not
But
necessarily. They were
I
putting
can't.
people in jail for 10 plus years for having a little of the Mary J.
So
So
you're
you know,
dude, you can't keep referring to things that happened so long ago, dude. Come on.
what do you mean? It's still illegal.
I know what you're referring to, and that was a while ago. Okay.
No, I'm pretty sure that it's still doing it. I'm pretty sure that they are. Let me see. I'll look it up. You guys go ahead. I'm going to look this up because I am certain they are still putting people in jail for the Jane to this day because it's federally, it's illegal. In some states, it's not legal.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna find anything, dude.
Okay, well,
So-
I'll look it
I
up.
think I'll pass that.
Okay. Either way, they were still putting people in jail for 10 years for, minor shit.
It's still happening, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. So. All right.
But let's hold
But you know
on,
what?
Lift. I know
Look,
Scott's been
look,
waiting for a while, man. I don't know if Scott wants to
Trump
say
has
anything.
been alleviating people's prison terms for drugs, right?
Not necessarily. He's actually been pardoning and giving clemency to people that were charged with corruption. You can look up many of them, right? There was one in South Florida. I forgot his name. I have him posted, right? And he actually frauded the healthcare system to the tune of billions of dollars, and Trump granted him clemency. So it's not necessarily for drugs. He is literally granting people pardons and clemency that shouldn't be released. Like, so the fact that you're talking about, like, granting people freedom or pardoning people for drugs, it's kind of crazy, man. Like, people are still being arrested for that today, for crazy things. But so, Lift, I wanted to give Scott, man, I know he's been patient, but I do have another question for you in regards to Iran. If Scott wants to jump in, go ahead, Scott. If not, I'll proceed with the question.
No, please go on about.
I know, but Scott,
that's
okay,
fine.
so. All right, so do you believe like freedom and democracy, right? So you were stating that we want to be able to kind of give them our Western values and our Western culture, right? Basically,
Well,
you wanted to.
I think you're phrasing it a little bit,
So can you
poorly,
please
but,
can you reiterate then? Can you just kind of clear it up for me?
that the Iranian people want freedom. They're tired of their regime that's in place, and that America can help them achieve their goals.
Okay, and what are their goals? Just by, like, you're talking goals as far as regime change and then having more Western values and being able to do basically everything that the West is able to do. Is that what you're stating?
I don't think that would be a bad thing. That's not what
Well,
I'm saying.
it kind of is, right? And I'm just going to be real with you, Lift, right? So when we look at the West, they prioritize, like, for
Bro,
instance,
you have some secret agenda against the West. I'm not sure why.
No, I live in the United States, but I'm
against
able
the
to
West?
criticize. So yeah, I live in the United States, Lift, right? But there's things that I do recognize, right? As far as the gambling, the way they promote gambling, that's something that in Middle East countries, Muslim countries, is forbidden, right? As far as drug and alcohol, and to the point of addiction, the U.S. actually relies on these things because it's a massive industry. Even the gambling industry is massive. They profit off of that tremendously when it comes to. Hold on. Let me finish real quick. Let me finish, right? Also in these nations, like corn, the corn industry is forbidden, right? It doesn't exist. But the U.S. profits off of that. When we're talking about sexualizing women and objectifying women and degrading women, this is literally what the West does. We see it. You can look in the Super Bowl ads, right? There was over 8 commercials for gambling, right? There was 12 commercials for alcohol consumption. I can just go on and on and on, right? So when we're even talking about, oppressing women, I would say here that the U.S. really needs to focus on the objectifying of women, the degrading of women, the sexualizing of children.
Bro, you've been talking for a while.
I'm just telling you. So they don't necessarily. You're saying, but the thing is, you're saying, well, it wouldn't be necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, it is, because those nations don't want the degeneracy that the United States has. And that's why I think a lot of people actually have a problem with the way these
you have a
nations
problem
run.
with Western culture.
I absolutely have a problem. I have a problem with, really getting
With
people
freedom?
addicted.
You have a problem with freedom. That's what it sounds
It's
like.
an illusion of freedom, Lift. It's not
Problem
freedom.
with
It's an
freedom.
illusion.
Wait.
It's an
Okay,
illusion of
for the
freedom.
record, let me say, I can't find a case. Of course, this is with 5 minutes of looking. I can't find a case of 10 plus just for MJ. So, but the average sentencing appears to be 3 years for regular MJ use, and to me that's too fucking much.
It's because it got legalized recently.
So, to Lift's point, Lift appears to be right, though I don't know that it's worth looking at later. I'll just concede that point. So, thank you, Lift. I appreciate it. But what was the last comment made about freedom?
Yeah, he was basically saying we have a freedom to be gambling addicts, drug and alcohol addicts, sexualizing children.
No, that's not what I said, dude. That's not what I said.
That was my point, and you said, but you have a problem with freedom.
That's not what I said.
That was my point, and your comment, your response was...
You're framing my argument in a negative way.
Okay, then go ahead and clarify. Clarify. Lift.
I'm just saying.
And then after you clarify, let's get to Scott and Brian. Because Scott has been waiting for a while.
Okay.
Matter of fact, he was waiting even since earlier. I've seen his request.
No, let Scott go.
Scott, welcome in.
Hey, buddy. How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing fine.
Hey,
thank you, Karen.
Where the hell are we why are we getting involved in things, in my opinion, that we just don't need to? And it's like, we're doing this Iran thing. Lift says,
because we're the world police.
We're not the world police, sir. We're America.
We're not.
What are we going to annex Canada now? Lift. Hold on, I'm talking right now. Like you've been able to talk all bloody.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Scott.
So here we have now Canada, where they have a province, sounds like some people that are against their government because, maybe who knows. But my point is now they're coming down to the States, they're talking to our people, yada, yada, yada. And now all of a sudden, what, are we going to annex Canada because some of the people in Canada don't like their government? Can we just stay the hell in our backyard and start worrying about Americans? Like, where the hell are we going here? Like, another example. We're going to take $10 billion for this Gaza thing. What about using that $10 billion to help people that need it in America? Why in the hell are we doing this over in Gaza so that Trump can get his little Trump towers on the beach in Gaza? Is that what we're going to do now? And by the way, who's in charge of that $10 billion? This Trump. Magical little account. Who's in charge of that? Oh, Donald Trump. That's right, too. Can we stop for a minute and start using our head? Putting posters of myself on the DOJ building? That's okay? What is this, North Korea? Where are we going as a society? What the hell has happened where all of a sudden this is all okay? Oh, I know, because we all have to bow to God and his name is Donald Trump. We got to stop this garbage because it's ridiculous. I'll end my plane on that.
W. Scott in the comments. Thank you, Scott. Well said. Great points all. Lift, since you are the only opposition, and again, I appreciate that you're still here. Do you want to respond to any of that? I feel like even you'll agree. Lift.
Yeah, I am here.
No.
Can you summarize your points, please?
My point is we have a corrupt president, and it's got to stop. And when are we going to land and say enough is enough? Are you okay with what he put on the DOJ building yesterday? Let me ask you that question. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with doing whatever you need to do to win elections.
Insanity. You are the problem, sir.
I don't think it's insane.
Wait, did you hear what he said? He's okay with him doing what he needs to do to win elections.
Right. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but that's
anything,
policy,
right? Left, he can do anything as long as he wins the election.
Anything he wants.
Dude, that policy applies to both sides. Like, I'm not saying just because one side is better at utilizing it doesn't mean the other side can't do it.
Well, lift. So you're talking about so that he can win elections, but he can't run again. So this has nothing to do with running.
Why does he need to win the election?
Putting his face on the DOJ building is winning elections for who?
Right. It seems to be fine.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know what this is like. What did he do?
What did he do? CC,
Wait, what do you mean?
You got to get on with the program.
And
you got to look at the news every day.
I'm literally asking him.
Well, Lift, this is also a violation of the Hatch Act. If in fact what you're saying is true, if he's using his role, him being a federal employee, as it were, to campaign, that is a violation of law.
What do you do? He put up a picture of himself on the
yes, but you're the one that framed it as he's got to win elections. So if that's his goal, if that's his intent, which is what you said it was,
it's increasing our influence. Let's put it that way. Okay.
Wait, by putting his face on a government building?
Renaming things?
I mean, like, look, you see when he backs someone up, right? Except for the last time. But when he backs a certain politician up, right, they tend to win those elections.
They tend to lose.
Influential. No, only recently. But like, you cannot deny that there's an influential power to what he's doing,
and it's illegal. That's illegal.
Argue that in courts. Argue that in court.
Well, wait, Liv. I want to point something out. You said argue that in court, but you just said a minute ago that you would essentially be okay with Donald Trump like ignoring the Supreme Court because they're biased. So why would you argue that in court if the president can then just ignore what the Supreme Court tells him to do?
Because you can delay enacting your position if you just send it to court, right? So I think, in 10 and 15 years when it gets settled, who cares at that point? It's already done its work.
What vibes? Look at this image, Lift, please. What are the vibes that you get from
that's like North Korea vibes, bro.
That's literally what they are. Like, is that not, that doesn't concern you at all?
Look, dude, I'm not proud of this, okay? I'm not.
Fair enough, but like you see the point we're trying to make. Like, this is dictator level shit here. Like this, it's a pattern, right? I would imagine that you are opposed to dictators. Yes?
Obviously.
Yeah. So when you're seeing this dictator-like, things that he's doing,
well, I see it as
call that shit out.
Increase in influence. I see it as. Let's put it that way. Okay.
You call it influence? What now? I'm sorry.
An increase of influence.
Increase of influence for who?
For for his agenda.
Okay.
I don't see it as.
Okay. This is on the Department of Justice building, and it says Department of Justice, while simultaneously refusing to investigate a single fucking P3DO found within the e-files. So he's putting his face on that, saying, I'm garnering influence for the fact that my DOJ is refusing to investigate a single fucking person.
Well, I don't think that's why he's doing it.
While they're arresting royal families in other countries.
We're protecting the most corrupt, in my opinion, president of all time.
Yeah, that's
well, if you're a president, there's certain benefits to the position. All right.
Wait, what benefits? Hold on. Oh, God, Lift, please keep talking. DJ. Keep talking, Lift. Keep talking. Oh God, I can't, bro. Lift, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you coming up on this panel, bro.
Liv, at this point, I think I've heard enough. I just wanted to come up and ask a question.
What's up, Brian? Good to see you, man.
Can I get the full question about the
No, can I make a statement before you do that, please? Letter? All right, fine. Go ahead.
Now what
was
say
the
what,
full
Brian?
question of what was the full question of the federal law and the devil's lettuce? I didn't hear the whole question.
Oh, I don't think it was a question. It was just it was a statement I made about, how we were I don't even remember what it was related to. We were talking about, crime and sentencing or whatever.
About gardening.
Talking about
it was about gardening.
Yeah, talking about the over sentencing for MJ stuff. But I don't remember how we got into it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's certain states that do, Tennessee, Texas, that have very stiff sentences still for that. Federally, we've in the past since 2024, it's gone down considerably. But even at the federal level, they do about 500 convictions a year for that.
Yeah, I live in Tennessee, and you can get up to 10 years just for getting caught with a pound.
Yeah, so
that's wild.
Do prosecution. But speaking of that subject, and something I would like to ask, when it comes to that, we know it's a federal offense, right? Federally, it's illegal, correct? We all understand that?
Yeah.
And so I would ask the whole panel, but we're all okay with the states making their own laws concerning that particular subject, right? We believe in the states' rights to make their own laws, even though it's a federal crime, for each state to make their own laws concerning that. Is that universal across this panel, that everybody's okay with that?
Well, I mean, that's how it's set up, right? That's how it's set up.
Lift, you're okay with that?
I believe in states' rights. I believe states should be the one regulating.
Okay, so I agree with you. So
I
why
mean,
don't
we have it in Vegas, right?
Well, why don't you feel that way when it comes to immigration? Why don't you believe in the state's right to refuse the federal or to enforce certain federal laws concerning immigration?
Why do you think I don't believe in that? I believe in states' rights fully, dude.
Because everybody on your side is all for what's happening in places like Minnesota and other places.
No, and that's
saying that, oh, they're sanctuary cities. They have the right to be a sanctuary city. They have a right.
Bro, that's the one in only 3 points that I agree with you on. That I don't like federal government intervening in states. Period. Like I don't. I also believe in smaller federal government. I don't think that they should be involved in this situation.
And well, that's a good thing. And the reason I feel this current federal government is doing that is because they don't believe in states' rights. I don't think they truly believe in a smaller government.
No, I don't.
I believe they believe in the biggest government in history, which is an authoritarian government, which puts all the power in the hands of one person, which makes it a super large.
Bro, I get into these arguments every day, which is basically like I'm Republican through and through, but like I can never find another Republican who agrees on not violating states' rights. Like I don't know why there's a disconnect.
Because they're not really about small government. It's never been the right small government. That's just a battle cry for battle cries. It sounds good. It sounds good, and it sounds like something that but they're not for that. That's why you can't get them to sign on to it. And then also, if you go to small government, it's going to take the power out of their hands. And why would Donald Trump or anybody else on the right in government give up power?
That's a fair point.
Yeah. Well, and to be clear, that the states' rights was an argument that they used. It was like a dog whistle, essentially, because they couldn't say certain words anymore. So they came up with these dog whistles, and one of those being states' rights. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of morphed into whatever, but it's very clear that, MAGA for sure is more tribal than they are in love with the country, because it's whatever Donald Trump says.
Liv, I'm sorry. I got to run, Liv. I'm sorry. I got to run.
Sure.
But thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you, Brian. Thanks for coming up.
Liberal, as you being a Democrat, right? Because I know a lot about both sides. So you, as a liberal, you believe in bigger federal government, right?
No.
No?
No.
That's kind of surprising.
No, because here's the thing. I think your version of small government. I believe that your definition of what is a small government is different from mine. See, me, when the federal government comes in and offers things like SNAP or some kind of welfare like TANF, or makes universal health care or something, conservatives have, over the last at least 20 years of my life, have claimed that that's big government. I don't agree. I don't think that's big government at all. I think that's the government doing its fucking job. Like, that's what they're there for. But what we're dealing with now is a government that will spy the fuck on you. They have cameras all over the place. You got cities here in Mississippi where they get with the private company and put these fucking cameras up all over the place, and they'll scan license plates and shit, and then send you a fucking bill in the mail for not having insurance, even if you have insurance, because their shit's all fucked up. That's big government to me, where you cannot avoid them in any way whatsoever. So I think the difference is how we define big government or small government. To me, small government stays out of your personal life, but they're there to make sure that people are prosperous, have social mobility, have the ability to get a fucking job, have the ability to go to school, have the ability to go get surgery when they need it. That to me is just the government doing its job, and that's not a big government. Does that make sense?
I'll partially agree with you there. I think that there's some truth to what you're saying in terms of, not having big government. There's some parts that you said that I also don't agree with.
Like what? And then I'm going to get to JT after that. Forgive me, JT. I just needed to get that out.
JT, go, please.
Go ahead, JT. Yeah, you were making. I think you're probably going to make a similar point, but go ahead.
No, well, I think I said whether the government, whether we have a small or a huge government, I believe in a government that will follow the same goddamn laws that they write and pass and execute. You know what I'm saying? The laws they make are for us, but they don't but they don't want to pass them. You know what I'm saying? There's no accountability for the shit that this administration does, right? You know what I'm saying? Jasmine Crockett comes out and say all the shit that he's doing or whatever, he calls her a low IQ, right? And everything's fine, okay? When President Obama wore a tan suit, there was like a fucking headline for like a week or two, right? But he can call them monkeys, and then it's just, he can call them apes or whatever, and then you know what I'm saying, after a couple of days, they keep distracting us with shit and not talk about that. Then he lie about it and say it was a staffer. But even though it was on his True Social account, right? But Caroline just the other day said that everything that is on his True Social account comes from the horse's mouth himself. It's
That's
posted
right.
by
Except for the
President
bad
47 himself.
But not that
Thank you,
one,
Chicken
JT,
Foot.
though. Not that one. No.
But that's what I'm saying.
That's funny.
That's what I'm saying. So these motherfuckers are so goddamn mendacious. They cannot keep up with all of their fucking lies.
Oh, exactly, bud.
Like, goddamn, man. It just it's farcical, but at the same time, it's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. Exactly.
It really
It's
is.
fuck.
Yeah, now let me
I land
get
my
to
plane right there. I'll come back in with.
Yeah, I appreciate it, JT. Let me get to Pangs. Pangs, what's up? Good to see you. Go ahead.
Hello. I wanted to say a few things, and I am a buzzkill, so you're welcome.
That's okay.
Yeah, let him in time before I interject.
I'm absolutely tired of the distraction. I'm tired of the obfuscation of responsibility. And I'm tired of people acting like human beings do not own, operate, control this entire planet. These apathetic, brain dead, moronic, less than people who operate as if other human beings are not actually human beings do not have to actually run the world. And all of you who are pretending like they do piss me the fuck off. You're boring and you're wasting all of our time. I think you just like being exploited. Actually, at this point, I think you just like being exploited by other people.
Pangs, I think it's beyond that. I think they like, 50 Shades of Grey. Do you know that movie? That's what MAGA is.
I came up
MAGA
with
is Dakota Johnson.
I don't think she's just talking about MAGA. So can you elaborate on like give an example of what you mean, Pangs? Please.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Capitalist apologists are cucks for their own exploitation.
Another
happy about it.
another person against Western beliefs.
Was I done speaking? No. You're a capitalist apologist, aren't you?
I'm a capitalist believer.
Apologist.
No, believer.
Apologist.
Okay, what do you want to say?
So we should be in charge of the entire West left? Is that what you want?
No, I think with great power comes great responsibility.
That's not what I asked you. Do you think we should just literally annex every country in the West? Yes or no?
No, that's not what I said. What I said, with great power comes great responsibility. Right? And so you guys saying that we should...
What's great power, by the way?
U.S. military.
Okay. Military. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so with great power comes great responsibility, and I think that we have responsibility to help other countries. And I think that we did not see that under Biden. We didn't see us helping out countries revolting, and so
helping other countries by what?
By many means. There's many ways.
No.
USAID would help countries, and Donald Trump got rid of that.
Okay, but you're talking about a local scale. We're talking about a national scale, right?
No,
so
that was a global. That was a global thing.
No. That program was only helping on a local scale. It was only helping certain people. It was not, dude. It was not helping on a national scale. Now we have a national scale assistance thing that we're doing.
Now, when you say national, do you mean global? Because when you say national, are you talking about domestically?
No, you're right. Global.
Okay. I was just a little confused.
So on a global scale, we are implementing changes.
Okay.
And we can create allies out of enemies. Right.
Well, we can't do that by going and invading and or making people starve and
we couldn't do that by USA
power supply and stealing their president and bombing a country. Like that creates enemies. Lift. Not allies.
So look on what you're implementing or what you're insinuating, I should say. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you there too. Right. I do agree with supporting Ukraine, and I also agree with, other similar actions that we're seeing.
Well, let me take it back to what Pangs was talking about, which is capitalism, because, by its nature, capitalism is exploitative. It is. It takes your labor, pays you less than the value that you've produced, and it hands that extra value off to somebody
Yeah, but
else.
have you worked in a capitalist system, bro? You get paid pretty well.
What do you whoa. You get paid pretty well in a capitalist system.
Pretty well.
We live in a capitalist system, and they are not paid for the value that they produce. In no
Who?
way. Everybody.
What industry?
Fucking take your pick. Take your pick.
I'll give you one.
Something.
I'll give you one.
Okay.
Accounting industry.
Accounting industry.
Yeah. You get paid pretty fucking well.
The service industry.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Yes, that's service. That's, that labor or whatever allows them to be able to view their money and make sure that they have enough stuff. Right. So it's hard to tack a value to that job. But again, the value that they produce for the company is more than what they're actually being paid.
I'm not sure, dude. I watch Netflix pretty often during my work hours. So, I mean, I'm up here debating during my work hours. So, I'm not sure that what you're saying was true.
Okay, capitalism.
Question real quick.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious, Lift, if you think that your experience is determinative, if your personal experience is what determines the reality of the world.
No, I see what you're saying, and here's my honest belief. I believe that people can do more for themselves, and that they just choose.
Okay,
they just decide not to.
The reason I'm asking this is because the language that you're using is so unaware that it makes me think that you are actually just not capable of understanding what we're talking about right now.
What?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm getting confused, and if I'm confused, I'm sure people in the comments don't know what the fuck we're talking about. The fact of the matter is, the way capitalism works, Lift, is that it takes your labor, it pays you less than the value you've produced, and it takes the additional and it gives to somebody else. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Look, I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, if they're doing less than me watching Netflix for 3 hours a day and then getting paid $150K, I'm okay with that. I'm totally okay with that. And other people have this opportunity as well. They can do the same thing I'm doing.
What do you do?
I told you.
You're an accountant. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think we had this discussion earlier. Yeah. And most accountants actually we looked up make $50,000 or $60,000. I think it was.
Yeah, well, if they choose to go in the wrong industry, sure. Yeah, but
okay, so you understand that not everybody can just be an accountant, right? If everybody in the country was an accountant,
bro, I'm the fifth smartest person, right, on the panel. So if I'm making $150K, all you guys could do the same thing.
Christ.
I'm just saying.
Oh my god, unbelievable! I make about that.
The smartest people always have to say they're the smartest.
Let me hold on a second here. Just I want to try to get into Lift's head just a little bit, if I could.
Please.
We have a thing called the retail industry as an example. We'll use it. We're going to go there because one of the richest men in the world, Jeff Bezos, right, owns. We'll just say one of the largest retails, and then let's use the Walmart family. And let's use a few others. Where I'm going is we need those people too. But the problem is we don't pay those people. And that's why they're on the downside. They're literally not even affording diapers for their babies. But we seem to be okay with that. And I'm not okay with that. We have what? What is our government? What are we? $7.50 an hour is our minimum wage? But Lift, hang on a second, bud. So not all of us are lucky to make
can't afford
$150
diapers
a year.
because 47 taking all the diapers with his shitty ass.
We got to stop. We got to pay people better, dude, because they don't need to make any more billions and billions of dollars.
Well, listen, join, fucking become an accountant. Then,
dude, then what happens to the? Then we don't have Amazons.
All right,
Get it?
Bunny, yes, actually, Bunny. I'm going to jump to you then. Since I have so many people on the panel, I'm bringing in the timer so that everybody gets to. If I haven't gotten to you, please just holler at me and let me know you want to say something so I can get to you. Bunny, please go ahead.
I'm losing my voice, so please excuse me.
Oh, no.
But I just, as an accountant, I had to jump up. And I am cracking up because what the fuck are you even talking about, Liv?
We're talking about some real shit.
Hey, you sound better. You sound better than Pam Bondi. Hey, let's role play the Dow. The Dow.
Right.
The Dow is at 50
pounds. But the Dow.
Here, I'm going to give some time back, Bunny. Go ahead.
But
look.
But
you're an accountant, right?
Well, hold on. Whoa.
Go ahead.
Let Bunny finish, guys. Let Bunny finish. Damn. Go ahead.
It is not exactly an easy fate to get. It is multiple years in college, which alone is thousands of dollars. And you don't just jump right into a hot-to-tot job. You usually have at least a good 4 to 5 years of like entry-level positions.
Wrong.
Okay. But anyway, and you can move up, but there's no way you could ever say it is comparative to what we should be making for the company.
Yeah, no.
Now let us move over to Lyft.
All right. So first of all, college. You talk about college, right? That's required for getting into the accountant industry, right? Well, you know what? College is fucking. Sorry for cursing. It's pretty much free. Actually, I got paid to go to college, right? So you have the same opportunity. Now, when you say that you have to work in entry level jobs, sure, you do for maybe 1.5 years. Then you can exit that industry and then go on to make literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. So like this is like I guess I'm just promoting. I'm becoming an accountant, I guess. But like but the point overall that I want to make is that there are other options for you to succeed in America, which do not create a financial hard path. And you know, look for them, man. Do it. I don't think enough people do it. People don't want it.
I'd like to say something.
I want to point something out because Lyft, I said this earlier, not everybody can be an accountant, right? If everybody in America was an accountant, nobody would get any work done. We all have a role to play, and this actually goes into Peng's original point. We all have a fucking role to do. Somebody's got to watch the kids. Somebody's got to teach the kids. Somebody's got to do surgery. Somebody's got to watch over you after your surgery. You need nurses. You need doctors. You need teachers. You need ditch diggers. You need plumbers. You need electricians. You need all these things. And the people that support them, the janitors, the fucking person that makes stuff. I mean, it all matters. And yet, for some fucking weird reason, when you're flipping burgers for a company that's turning hundreds of thousands of dollars of profit every fucking month, and they're only paying them fucking $7 to $10 an hour, that makes no fucking sense to me whatsoever. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. We all have a role to play.
It's a low skill job, bro.
What do you mean it's a low skill job?
Free college? Where'd you go to? Can I go get free college? Where?
Techno, go ahead. Do what, Bunny?
Feel free to drop me if you need to. No, I won't be talking much.
Okay, you can stay if you'd like, and if you need to go, you're welcome to drop yourself. It's always a pleasure having you up. So when I get to have you out, I will keep you if I can.
Bunny's awesome.
Everybody, W Bunny. Okay.
I'm not a big fan of being railed on.
Go ahead. Wait, you're not a big fan of being railed on by what?
Can I get?
Oh my God!
I'm not a big fan of being railed on by the entire panel. Can we?
By a what?
No, I want free college, bro. Where's this free college?
Wow!
I'll tell you.
You're so sensitive.
Techno, go ahead. I'm not sure what Lift said, but maybe I'm just deaf.
No, I got on here because I work in construction as well. I'm like a supervisor, making like 82 a year. But I see the amount that we could be making on the front.
Because what state you live in matters heavily on your income. What state?
Cincinnati area.
Okay. All right.
And
people need to understand, man. At this point, it's really no left versus right, black versus white. You know what I'm saying? Man versus woman. It's them versus us.
Who's
It's
them?
It's the rich versus the poor.
Okay.
And I don't understand.
Okay, hold on. Let me. I don't know why I need to do this because it's written up on the goddamn thing. I don't know if everybody can. Don't interrupt somebody when they have a timer, please. I have a bunch of people on the panel. I bring in the timer so that somebody can have an uninterrupted amount of time to make a point. So if you guys interrupt those people, it fucks up the shit. Okay, don't fuck up the shit. Donald Trump is doing that enough. We don't need more shit fucked up. So, Techno, I don't know how many seconds. I don't know, 30 seconds. Go ahead, bro. You're good, man. No, you're good. Go ahead, Techno.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just saying that when I have to do all the timesheets, the time reports. I do all that to the higher ups. I see how much, and I can tell you, we are not getting paid what we are making for this company. The guy who owns the company, he owns multiple different companies as well. So I mean, sure, he just likes to see his his bank account.
That's a localized problem.
We lost the last part of that, Techno. You started breaking up pretty bad. Now, Lift, you're the only opposition. So, guys, I'm going to go to Lift if he wants to respond to something. I'm going to go to Lift after, unless we can get another MAGA or somebody to come up here, which I'm happy to have. But Lift, go ahead. You can respond 45 seconds.
So you're bringing up a localized issue, which is not representative of the entire country, right? First. Second of all, I already told you an option that you can get out of, you can become 100,000aire. You can make that money. You can go to college, probably for free, to be honest. But you guys just don't want to do the work to actually find out how to do it. You guys, I feel I don't know, liberals are lazy, I think.
Liberals are lazy? I just want to point out that the blue states are the most prosperous in this country, for the record. Okay. So I don't know where you get that, but let me go to
my timer's running out. So
yeah. That's fine. Who hasn't spoken yet? Chickenfoot. Yeah, Chickenfoot and Dewey. Let me get to Chickenfoot and Dewey. Chickenfoot, go ahead.
Yes, I'm somewhere in the middle of this economic argument. I don't have such an issue with capitalism as everyone else if it's free and fair. It's turned into crony capitalism now, which is a different thing. It's a lot like when people discuss Marxism. The concept is good. It usually gets distorted, usually get an authoritarian leader. So it doesn't work as well as it originally was intended. The thing I do like about capitalism, if you're self-employed and you work hard, you can get ahead. If you work for someone else and they control all the levers, it's not so easy, and you do get exploited oftentimes. I can see both sides of the argument. Capitalism might just be the best system, even though it's flawed, that we have. And that's all I got to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a fair point. I think those guardrails to prevent, laissez-faire type capitalism, they have to be in place. Otherwise, you end up with what we're seeing right now. And so I don't know if Pangs would be okay with capitalism that is very reined in to prevent itself eating itself alive, because it always does. We know that to be true. Pings, what would you say to capitalism that is very restricted in the way kind of that it used to be?
I think that there is no way to remove the profit incentive from exploitation under the capitalist system, and therefore it is a bad idea and we should never do it.
Okay. Hey, thank you for
hard to disagree with you,
telling us. Yeah. Dewey, go ahead, Dewey. Welcome in.
Yes.
With you, Alyssa. First of all, you got gold draped.
Everything's frozen.
I was just imagining what kind of.
Well, we can hear you.
Can't really hear you, Dewey.
Okay. I'm going to make some people upset, and I just have to.
You can also hear like an entire person behind you, though.
Yeah, can you turn down your background, please?
Yeah, sorry.
Here, I'll put your timer back.
Say your point.
Okay, my point is this. I've worked in manufacturing for 50 years. I've worked from the floor all the way through. I went through assembly, computers, anything you want to talk about.
Okay.
And so I've been in corporate for a lot of years. I decided to go into that side of the business because I was lazy and I didn't want to work that hard. I'd rather get paid for what I know than what I can do. I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody or not, but
it does.
And I've always made good money, and I've always been appreciated. So I maybe it's just me, but I haven't had any bad things happen to me in manufacturing. And usually manufacturing people get paid a lot more than minimum wage.
So you're one of the few people who made it out of the, don't want to say it. You're one of the few people who made it out of the low skill labor, right?
The what?
The low skill labor.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So I appreciate your position, but it's not representative of everybody else.
But let me say this: I'm still a social democrat, even though I worked in corporate. I'm still a social democrat.
Yeah, I don't think you actually work in corporate. I think there's a level of difference between the corporate that you know and corporate that I know.
Okay, again, we're glossing over the fact that somebody has to do the work. And yet we are paying people that do the hardest work the least. Generally speaking, that is fucking true. And thank you for the record. Two Puffs, thank you for the donuts. No, we are paying people who do the hardest labor the least. And it's
no.
Yes,
brother. It takes so much experience and knowledge to actually manage these people. Like it's not equitable. Like you're trying to make it equitable, saying that these people, they do the hard work. Like sure, they do some of the hard work, but it's actually pretty easy. But managing them is way harder.
So I had somebody that had to come out and take down a tree, dig a hole, and fix the sewer line.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the person that fixed the actual sewer line probably got paid a decent amount of money, but the guys that cut down the tree and dug that ditch, they were probably making $12 an hour.
Yeah, but that doesn't really negate what I'm saying. Like it doesn't,
because that's common. It's common. Yeah, it's very, very common. It's very common.
Easy labor. You get taught.
It's necessary.
How to cut down a tree, what angle you need to do it at.
Necessary. It's necessary labor.
Sure, it is, but managing them is a much harder job, dude. You don't know.
No.
Well,
I do know, and no, you're not right.
No, I am right.
No, you're not. It is
Will
a
they show up to
different
work? We
type
don't know if they're
of
going to show up to
job.
work.
It is
There's
not
so many
harder.
There's so many other aspects of managing that you're not like really.
I've been a manager of a team of like 20 fucking people at a call center before. It's not more difficult than actually being on the phone doing the damn work.
It is, dude.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
It might have been difficult for you. It wasn't difficult for me.
Well, then maybe you're just a better manager, and maybe that's the role that you were, meant to play into. Like, who knows?
And those people fill those roles because it's necessary, but that doesn't mean that manager just by default should be making fucking 10, 20 times what the person they're managing is making, because the person that they're managing's role is as important, if not more important, in fact, than the manager.
Managing them is way more important than actually doing the fucking.
If you don't have those people working, there's nobody to manage them. If they're not there, you don't need a manager, right? But they have to be there because you have to have them doing that job. That is more important than the guy who's like, I'm going to micromanage you.
Than the guy who's like,
I don't know.
Let me piggyback off you real quick.
Fine. And then I'm going to get to. That's fine. And then I'm going to get to Jaglo after that. Go ahead, JT.
Right. This will take less than 5 or 10 seconds. So, according to what Liberty was saying, that I'm piggybacking off of, and that if that's the case, let's not have a precedent. We can manage ourselves, right? I mean, according to your logic. Not you, Liberal, but the guy that was speaking, saying that some places need order. Now, how people act when they get that position is totally different. You see what I'm saying? You might have bullies, people who was bullies, then they become a manager. They begin to be bigger bullies. But yeah, so dude, your logic really doesn't make any sense.
No, it does make sense. You just don't understand.
Okay. Well, with that, let me. Oh, Bunny, what's that?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, JT. Yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt, but I had to say it. No kings, no kings, na 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 na.
That's funny. Hey, let me get to Jaglo, or is it Yaglo? I'm not.
Before you get to me, Pangs has been waiting to talk for a bit. They've had their hand up.
Okay. Well, Pangs had already talked. I didn't see their hand up in the comments. Is it in the comments?
Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, Pangs, go ahead.
I really just wanted to ask Lift a question, because this is a really interesting train of thought, and I was just really curious. Do you think that like NFL coaches should get paid more than the players?
Do I think NFL assistants should get paid more than NFL players?
Coaches should get paid more than the players.
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? I have no idea.
Franchise coaches. Should franchise coaches get paid more?
I can explain this. I don't need help explaining this. Lift, I need you to just pay attention to the words that I'm using.
Okay.
Should NFL coaches get paid more than their players?
Yeah, I think so. Right, it's basically a manager position. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
just seeing if
don't
you're consistent with that logic.
Well, and for the record, you don't have the NFL without the players. And guess what? The quarterback's role is to get the team going around. You could have the quarterback doing the role of the coach. You wouldn't even need the damn coach.
You'll always have players, bro. Doesn't matter.
Just saying. You can still play. You can still play a game without that coach.
Just so you're aware, in my analogy, the people that you were calling low-skilled, unskilled workers are the quarterbacks. They are the players who are making the entire game.
No, it actually takes a lot of skill.
Yeah, they are, and you are completely disregarding their skill and their labor to make your world deal possible.
They're the people
You're wrong. You're wrong.
They're the people who clean the toilets at the field. They're not even close to the players. What are you talking about?
Wow.
Look.
Illegals are the toilet cleaners at the field. They're not even on the field. They're not close to that. It's a stupid analogy. And by the way,
okay. Well, listen.
You call them illegals?
Lil MAGA. It wasn't your turn
coaches, by the way.
Okay, I'm about to drop you. If you don't stop talking, I'm just going to drop you because I don't give a fuck. I ain't got no patience for that stupid shit. I'm going to Jaglo, just like I said. I don't know if you could fucking hear or not, but that's what I said. He's going to be next, and then I'll get to you. Jaglo, go ahead.
From what I gather, we're basically talking about why someone does or does not like capitalism. So I'll just go ahead and go with that. I don't hate capitalism because people succeed. I question it because of how success is produced. Now, the system, it does work best when value concentrates upward while insecurity stays widespread. It turns survival into competition instead of reciprocity. Housing becomes an asset before it becomes shelter. Healthcare becomes employment dependent. And stability becomes something you kind of earn instead of something humans share. Inequality isn't an accident in that structure. It's part of what kind of keeps it running. And if everyone were secure, the pressure that drives profit, well, that disappears. So scarcity quietly becomes necessary. A lot of people defend the system not because of how it treats them well, it's because they believe they'll eventually benefit from it. The promise is like endure now, dominate later. So exploitation feels temporary even when it isn't. And that criticism, it feels personal to some people, and you're not just questioning the economy, you're like questioning a future they've been told they're on the way to.
Yeah, which is just always out of reach for some reason.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you, Jaglo. I appreciate that. Now, Lil MAGA, go ahead. I think you're the only one left that hasn't spoken.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
Go ahead.
So first, to address the prior argument, like illegals are a net burden. Nobody can deny that. The NFL coaches get paid very well. And by the way, they last longer than the players. So if they have a full career, they do make more than the players. And by the way, it's a great example of how capitalism does work. How many NFL coaches came from money? None of them. They make it to the highest level of competition and they're rewarded, and they are net taxpayers because of it. The idea that like exploitation is inherently bad is such nonsense. All transactions are exploitative to some degree. The idea that we can't have a system where we can have a system where there's no scarcity is asinine when you look at the fact that socialism produces the most scarcity in the world.
Okay, so your point was that exploitation is good?
Yeah, my point is that leftists are retarded. That's my point.
Okay, well, you can't use that.
Yes,
you can't use that word.
Okay, I can't? Says who?
No. It
not
says TikTok.
No, not TikTok. They haven't ever said that. No, they haven't.
Yes. Have you ever gotten dinged for
It's
harassment and bullying?
No, I haven't. Never. Not once.
You want me to pull up the policy that TikTok has in place? I
pull up the policy that says you can't use that word.
I'll do that. And
the fact that
you feel like you
okay,
the fact that you feel like you need to do that means that everybody should take what you say with a grain of salt.
Do you have Down syndrome?
If you can't find an alternative to that, then there's something wrong with you. It has nothing to do with everybody else.
Do you have Down syndrome?
Bro, can you stop saying that?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's. Oh,
You
and see, look at that.
totally
Hold
wrong.
on. Hey, dumb fuck. Let me tell you, Lil MAGA, and you're gonna get a notification about it too, you little shit weasel. You probably came up here to do that on purpose. A guest in your live has violated our hate speech and hateful behaviors policy. Repeated violations by your guest may lead to restrictions on your access to multi-guest live features. So, bitch, what were you saying again, Lil MAGA? I literally just fucking told you that you can't say that because of TikTok.
Yeah,
and I told you what was going to happen if that happened. And guess what, dumbass?
He's in the comments trying to say you reported him.
I didn't report a fucking thing.
I know.
I don't even think I can report from the live studio anyway.
But liberal, see,
That's your live, right?
I know
I've
it
noticed
does.
there's two sides. I've noticed there's two sides of TikTok. I've noticed there's two sides of TikTok, right? These MAGA lies, they don't have to say Smyrna, unalive, great. they can say these words blatantly, and they don't get no reports, no strikes, no violations of anything. But anytime a non-MAGA platform says the same shit that they say, they quick to fucking report us. Fuck y'all. Oh, y'all.
Yeah,
Fuck
and
y'all.
and if somebody did report him, which I don't think so, because guys, that was within less than 30 fucking seconds, and that, whatever. But again, even if somebody did report your dumb ass, which, whatever, even if somebody did, guess what? I was right. It violates TikTok's policy. I know because I've read it. So there you go. I mean, karma. I'm sorry,
right,
but that's kind of fucking funny.
Said it on his own platform.
That's kind of fucking funny.
It is kind of farcical.
So
but
let me get back to a point that I think you guys have a weak argument against this, and I think that's why you keep kind of shifting away from it. That
shifting away from what?
7,000 people were unalive in a certain country. That country might be called Iran.
Allegedly unalive.
Allegedly, sure. And I think that you guys don't have a very strong argument against it. I think that you might believe it is potentially a good thing.
Well, actually, and I'm going to open it up for open discussion for a minute, so everybody can kind of jump in as they want. But to that point, I would say that also falls on the back of the United States, because the reason that they're protesting is economic issues. They're having economic problems because of the United States and what we've been doing.
I see your point. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So
I don't necessarily agree with it. I don't agree with it, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I wish that the United States would not sanction countries for anything and just use, positive reinforcement to get countries to do things that we want. Like China is doing right now. That's why China is able to go around the world and build bridges and build infrastructure and power centers.
Well, fun fact that you brought up China. China is going to build a manufacturing station for their vehicles in the U.S., right? Investment in the U.S., right?
Well, it's because of, it's because we have tariffs in place.
Yeah.
And so in order to open up this market, they'll have to produce them here, which, that's the point of a tariff.
Okay, but that's gonna make more jobs, right? For these low-skilled fucking people, right?
Assuming that that's true, sure, but it's weird that we would allow a car manufacturer to come in here that has electronics and all that stuff when Donald Trump and Joe Biden just claimed that we had to get rid of TikTok because of China. Isn't that weird?
Okay, so a broken clock can be right twice a day. All right, so I think this is one of those times.
The TikTok thing wasn't about China, but that.
No, I don't know much about the TikTok thing.
Yeah, for the record, you guys can jump in at any point now. This is just open discussion. So if you want to say something, just jump in there.
Real quick, I didn't hear it, but the tariffs are deemed illegal by the Supreme Court. So.
Yeah, Dina came up earlier and told us that, which, and matter of fact, that brought up
trying to
an
figure out how they're
interesting.
going to get the money back to the companies.
That is, well, did they say, because I haven't read the ruling because it happened while I was on the live, but did they say that they would have to retroactively pay it back? I don't think that they will. I don't think they'll have to.
Yes, they said they had to pay it back.
What's odd is it show that we paid for 90% of those tariffs.
Pay them back.
Yeah.
They haven't figured out how they're going to do it yet.
They need to get the money to
pickle. That's funny because it's like, surprise, people pay taxes? What?
Yeah, that money better come back to us because we paid 90% of those tariffs.
Yeah.
Has anyone heard about this Canada airspace restriction thing?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
I saw a video, but it looked AI to me talking about like harming U.S. airlines or something. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I saw that, but I don't know, like, if I haven't seen anything else about that.
That was fake news from what I was able to gather.
Yeah, it seemed to be just, crap somebody's throwing out there. So,
Lydia, do you like the new president of Canada or what?
Carney?
Yes.
I wish Scott was here because I think Scott is Canadian and, he has a better read on that. If we have a Canadian in the comment section, please request up if you want to speak on this.
As an American, I hate our president.
Fair enough. Yeah, and if that's the case, though, since we go into other countries and like remove dictators because some people didn't like them, does that mean that somebody else gets to come in and do it to ours?
That's not what I asked. What I asked is, do you like Carney?
Only hope.
Like, can we not shift away from the topic? Like, do you like Carney? Yes or no?
I don't know. I'm not Canadian.
I don't give a fuck about their
I don't.
issues right now when we have so many in our own borders.
Yeah, I don't know enough about like what he's doing with from one policy to the next.
Well, I'll give you some. I'll give you some pointers about him so that you can make a slightly more informed decision.
I don't know that I want your.
He was on the Daily Show. He was on Daily Show.
I don't give a.
Who was on Daily Show? Carney?
Carney. Yeah.
Okay. And
so does that make you like him a little bit more?
I don't know what his policies are. I'm not Canadian. He's not
he
my
was
leader.
A World Bank. He led the World Bank.
He led
Why
the World
does
Bank.
it matter?
Yeah,
well, dude, because you guys are not fucking. You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Why are you trying to talk about Canada?
Lift. It's not my president. You asked me what I think about him. I told you I don't know enough about his policies, what he believes, what he's pushing, what he lied about, his past. I don't know enough about it to speak on it. I don't know what else to tell you.
Well,
I really don't care.
A bit more about him because
But if you think we're going to take your pinpoints and go off of them, like.
Yeah.
What?
I don't generally do that with anybody.
Whether first you can research
MAGA or otherwise.
That, and it's true.
Sure.
Anything I'm saying is true.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be able to make an informed decision based on
talk, not to actually do research while I'm up here. Like, what?
Yeah, I mean, I can do the research.
Talk to you about something I haven't researched.
In something that doesn't affect my life in any way whatsoever.
That part.
I think it does, right? It's our biggest trading partner, so I think it does.
Yeah, well, tell Trump that.
Right. To be honest, though, the discussion wasn't about Canada to begin with, was it? Like, wasn't the whole
it wasn't.
He
just kind of threw that out there.
States?
Yeah,
right. So he wanted to shift the conversation.
Oh, well, okay. So Pangs, to be fair, Pangs had brought up about the Canadian airliners or whatever, and I think that's what brought.
Yeah,
but this is my thing. This is what I'm saying, right? Because I heard him say it twice on two different things since I walked into the room, where he claims that nobody wants to talk about this, everybody wants to shift to something else. But he was the one shifting the conversation to what he wanted to talk about.
No. Somebody mentioned it. Yeah,
Peng brought it up. I'm talking about before Peng brought that up, because you were having a discussion about wages, and you decided to try to shift then too. I was listening in the comments.
So yeah, I mean, it's the conversation has certainly been fluid. We started with, I think, Cuba, and we ended up here.
Yeah. So if I did that,
is that he's blaming everyone else for not engaging in what he wants to engage in.
No, Lonnie.
People are telling him that they didn't want to talk about that. Like,
Lonnie, I apologize if that's what I did. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, I'm a little bit fluid in terms of topics. Okay.
Yeah, well, so
if we're not talking about the prime minister, I'll leave.
Yeah,
I just wanted to come up and defend our prime minister because he's a very diplomatic, well-educated, and has ran our country very well so far. He hasn't been in long, but he's done a good job.
There you go, Lift. So again, like I don't know enough about the prime minister to really weigh in on it.
He's an economics man. He's not a politician. He is actually an economics man.
Yeah, he is. He led the World Bank, right?
No.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. He ran the UK bank, the Canadian bank, maybe the World Bank for a short period.
He led the World Bank. Yeah.
Well, it would be a very short period.
Okay, whatever. He still led it. Right. They still thought.
So what's wrong with him?
I looked it up and it says no, Mark Carney did not run the World Bank.
I didn't think he did. I didn't think he did. Like, no.
Liv, do you live in Canada?
Look. I'm not trying to make a mountain out of a molehill.
Do you live in Canada?
They just fact-checked you. He did not run the World Bank.
He did for like a month or so.
The dude up there just fact-checked you, and he said he did not. And knowing the man's history, I didn't think he did.
All right, you want me to look it up? You really want me to do this for the fucking
Somebody just did, dude. The host just did.
My thing is, if you don't live in Canada and you live in the frickin' United States, how are you going to go and try and say anything negative about anyone else's president?
I didn't say anything negative. I said something positive, actually.
Actually, he's doing a good job, and I just didn't want him to be defamed when he's not doing a good. He's doing a great job of keeping us safe from what the shit show below us is going on. Sorry.
That's fair. Hey, I think that's fair. Yeah, again, I Canadian politics is, it's important to Canadians.
Just as big of a shit show. We've got mega seeping north.
Yeah.
We've got mega seeping north, and it's gross, and we're trying hard to keep it out.
The point
it really is global.
Brought that up.
Yeah, we do. We have a group called the Maple MAGA.
Okay.
Maple MAGA.
Based in Alberta, but
I'm in Alberta, and you know what? There's only 20% of idiots down here. We're in the Texas of Canada. I'm sorry.
Okay, but the fact that
Peace, love, and road hockey. I'm out.
All right, thank you, Flutter. I appreciate it. Yeah, you brought up Canadian Prime Minister. That's why I invited somebody to come up and speak on it, because I just don't know. I don't really have an opinion one way or the other.
Yeah, I don't really want to dwell too deep into fucking Canada's Prime Minister, to be honest.
Well,
sure.
Then why did you bring it up?
I brought it up just. I'm not sure why. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
Yeah, us either.
So let me just say one thing about Canada. They have actually cut all ties with the United States. They are bringing in Chinese companies directly into Canada. They have cut off the border. They have quit buying a lot of goods from the U.S. And yes, they did restrict their airspace, which means that everybody's now got to go around, and it's just a longer flight.
You're saying that Canada restricted its airspace just to the U.S. or
just to the U.S.?
Okay, some Canadian airlines suspend U.S. routes, but one is expanding. Mike Giver, I do fly out of Saskatchewan most of the time, so it's a bit of a challenge leaving early in the morning.
I think a lot of people are seeing that same video that I had seen
in the
and
group
shared
this morning. Yeah.
And I think a lot are taking it and believing it, and much like I had made the mistake of sharing it without fact checking it. So that was my fault for in the group, but
I've seen that video 3 times with 3 different AI generated faces on it. I seen one with a Korean looking man, I seen one with an old white man, and I seen one with a white woman.
And there was the Asian guy, I think was the one that I seen. Wasn't he Asian, dude? I thought he was Asian.
Yeah.
Either way, so it's I think there's something going on with the airspace, but it's not like what they're talking about, and it's not, like, I don't know. It is what it is. What do you do? Even if they did restrict
Can we
it,
not talk about fucking Asia?
nobody did.
I think I did.
I thought this was Lib's live, not Lift and Shift's live. I'm sorry. Am I confused on something? Because why he keep trying to direct which way the live goes when Lib is the host? I'm just confused. Help me understand.
Well, I think because I said Asian guy, he thought I was going to talk about Asia. I actually would rather talk about Cuba, and shit.
Let's go to Cuba. Let's go to Cuba.
In terms of Shitrael, I think that the United States needs to go to war with Shitrael.
Well, let's talk about.
I think we do. I think we have to. I think if any regime change in my life, I've always been opposed to, but in this instance, the people leading that government have to go. They have to go.
I think we need to give them some gas.
Well, you mentioned
to the people,
Cuba.
the oil.
You mentioned Cuba. Let's talk about Cuba. Okay.
Sure.
So let's theorize that we take out, fucking, I don't even know who's in power anymore. Let's say that we enact change in that country, right? It would benefit U.S. It would also benefit them, right?
Okay. Again, let's go back over this. When the people revolted against the person that we controlled prior to Fidel Castro, we controlled the government, essentially, in Cuba. And American businesses sucked all the resources out, paid the people very shitty, and sent all the shit back to us. Right? And American business owners were making money hand over fist. And then the people revolted and Fidel Castro came to power. And the U.S. military wanted to go in there. JFK didn't want to do it. They had a fucking plan in place already prior to JFK coming in there. He said, you guys can go ahead, but you're not going to get a single fucking troop on the ground because I think it was our CIA trained Cubans who had fled after Fidel. They trained them in, doing whatever. And then so they did the Bay of Pigs, which failed. And the military got pissed because he wouldn't follow through and send in military. They thought for sure he would if, their operation was going to fail. And he's like, no, I told you I wasn't going to. And ever since then, ever since the people revolted in Cuba against it, we have had economic pressures on them, making their people suffer, making their economy trash. And then we blamed their government and Fidel Castro for all of the shit. We blamed him for everything, even though we've had a hand in it this whole fucking time. And so then you're going to turn around and be like, well, yeah, but it's going to be better for them if they just do what we tell them to do, and then we'll open up our markets and we'll let them do trade, which we should have been letting them do any fucking way, but we didn't, and we hurt them. It's weird to me that you think, well, that's going to be better for them because what they'll do is they'll erase their culture. They'll put a bunch of fucking white people on the island, a bunch of billionaires. It's going to be a playground for billionaires. I'm telling you, that's what they're going to turn it into. It's going to be fucking Epstein Island 2.0.
I don't know about that, but.
And the people of Cuba
Liberal,
won't
you took the
benefit.
word right out of my mouth.
Yeah.
It's not going to be Epstein 2.0.
The fuck it won't be.
You took the word right out of my mouth. I was like, I was just about to say, didn't we just have an island for that was a billionaire playground?
Yeah. Yeah, I read a story this morning. Somebody posted on 4chan. I don't know if it's true or not, but that during some of these fucking parties that they would have, there would be some kind of fucking head mask like a wolf or whatever. And when this person had this on, they would walk around the island and do whatever they wanted whenever they wanted, including violence, grape, all kinds of shit. These people play these weird fucking games. These billionaires are weird. Like the Bohemian Grove shit, right? The fucking praising the owl gods and shit. These weird and they, George Bush and shit was there. Like, these people are fucking weird. And for some reason, MAGA simps for these billionaire perv fucking puke bags who do nothing but harm other people. I don't get it. I don't get it. They all gotta go, in my opinion.
I don't either. It's cretinous as hell. Like, why?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Why would they defend people that got allegations against children? You might as well just give your daughter or your son and be like, "Here you go, 47. You know, I know you're doing I know you're doing everything good by the country. So here's my daughter. As long as you don't do anything against me, here I give up my daughter. That's basically what they're going to do."
Oh, Kara, thank you for the donuts. I appreciate that. Now, Lonnie, you had your hand up in the comments. You wanted to add something? Please go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, because all of Trump's friends, for lack of a better term, are profiting off of him destroying the U.S. economy, right?
In a fucking huge way. I mean, hand over fucking fist. You're right.
This is the thing, right? In my opinion, he's going to destroy the U.S. economy. And then he's going to try to build it back. Okay, him and his cronies, right? Him and his Heritage Foundation, him and his cabinet, they're going to build it back in such a way that is more beneficial to them and less beneficial to everybody else, right? So when we really sit down and think about it, right, to all y'all tech people or stock market people who think, oh, well, I did this and I invested my money and I got all this in return and I got all this investments and I got all these assets. What happened to those assets in 2008 when all those people invested in the housing market and the stock market and all the stuff and things? They lost their money, right? The FDIC, when it comes to banking, only insures a certain amount. What is it? $250,000 is guaranteed to give back to you if that bank goes belly up. And we already, since 2020, from my recollection, I can be wrong, but I heard about 2 banks that went belly up and people lost their money. Okay. So y'all are simping for this man because he's a good businessman, while you might be right. And the reason I say that is because he's making money hand over fist by doing what he's doing, like making sure he has a golden share in US Steel. So his company, who his children's children are going to live off of, are wealthy, while the rest of us with our children's children live in poverty. And y'all sing for that, and that's crazy.
Right. And let me piggyback off Lonnie real quick. Now, let's not forget that he not only ran his campaign on releasing the files, but he also ran his campaign on making making America
now real quick, JT, you've got music in the background. Hold on, JT, you got music in the background that will fuck with my YouTube channel. I can't have music playing on YouTube. It'll ding me. I'll get a copyright violation. So if you can turn that down or find a place to go where that music isn't playing, I'd appreciate it.
No, I'm in a restaurant. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah.
Step outside.
I'm sorry. It'll literally shut the whole audio off of the YouTube video.
And so that's what I find mind-boggling when you have these discussions with these people that are pro-Trump. They don't see the bigger picture. They're not looking at the future. They're just congratulating him on making sure that he was a part of the deal with US Steel and he got his golden share, while the people that worked at US Steel had to go to the unemployment line, right? Like, this is the part that baffles my mind with these people, because they say, oh, if I can do it, you can do it. But like you said, Lib, everybody needs to do something in order for this situation to work. If we're going to talk about
we can't all be managers or accountants.
Right. Somebody got to make the burger. Somebody got to take your order. Somebody got to fry the fries, right?
That's right.
Because without those people, McDonald's wouldn't be selling billions and billions of burgers a year. And to not pay the employees is crazy, while majority of us go to McDonald's because we don't want to cook food because we had a long day at work, and then say, oh well, then you should have left and went to a better paying job. Well, if everybody's leaving the low paying jobs for better paying jobs, there's eventually going to be no low paying jobs to even start with.
Well, I mean, that's, that goes into the point that we all need to go on a fucking strike in order to show them just how fucking necessary those low wage fucking jobs are, because they won't be able to make their money unless people are working under them. That's just a fact. JT, please go ahead and make your point.
We seen what happened to Target. Yeah, we seen what happened to Target when a lot of Target. When we seen what happened to them doing that Christmas shopping or whatever, when people boycotted them, they lost over $20 billion in a month. So imagine if we did that to Walmart, to Kroger, to Publix, to anywhere, right? But my point I was making earlier before I had to walk outside is, dude ran his campaign on releasing the files. He ran his campaign on making America affordable again. When he finally got his job back, then he turned around and said that affordability was a Democratic hoax. He said that he started, he ended he ended 8 wars, but he's poking the bear in other countries to start 8 more wars.
Right.
Like,
well, what's interesting about what you just said,
like I said, man, they so.
Yeah, sorry. What was interesting is that earlier we had brought up these things that he had campaigned on and didn't follow through on, and Lyft was like, "Well, all politicians are liars." He was just saying that because he needed to get in the position. And so I'm like, if you accept this and like you're okay with that, they'll just keep doing it. Lyft, I see you teacupping. I don't know if you wanted to respond to that at all, but I'll wait till you get back. Anyway, Dewey, you've been quiet.
Yeah, that was dumb as hell. He might as well.
I get talked over all the time.
Hey, but real quick, I say this: if that was the case, he should have just told him and did not mute after this. He bet that's just as saying, "Hey, I'm gonna date your daughter in 10 years just to get in her pants." You see how cretinous that sounds?
Yeah, disgusting. Yeah, Dewey, go ahead.
Okay, I just have this to say, and I have to go.
Sure.
Manufacturing is a whole different duck than everything else. The average salary for a working person in manufacturing is $30 an hour. So retail and all that stuff, they make $7 an hour, but in manufacturing they pay them very well, because otherwise they don't make money.
Well, if you're flipping burgers, you're manufacturing burgers.
No, that's not.
Well, I want to talk about
that's not the same thing as building a tractor. Now, come on.
Now, I can't speak for everywhere in the country. I can only speak to where I am. And where I am is in an industrial town where we had a multitude of companies, some big name companies here as well, right? Until companies started leaving the US as a whole, right?
Yeah.
And so now we still have some manufacturers, some warehouse jobs, if you will, but a lot of these jobs are outsourced through work temp agencies, right? And this is the loophole that they play, right? So they go to temp agencies, they tell the temp agency that this position is worth $30 an hour, in your words, Dewey, and the temp agency puts out an ad to hiring people to go work at this specific place, but the temp agency is only paying them $20 an hour through, so the temp agency is keeping a $10 profit off of each employee they send to these to these companies, right? Then they say, okay, it's up to the company to hire you on. Now, the company will be like, all right, guess what? Peak season's over. It's been 88 days. So you don't even hit the 90-day mark before they decide to say, okay, that temp agency doesn't need you anymore. Bye. And you work 88 days before your 90 days, before they can hire you on or pay you medical insurance. And so now these people are back at the temp agency again, getting placed in another company, doing the same thing where they're offered $30 an hour to the temp agency, but the temp agency is hiring people at $25 an hour or $20 an hour only for 88 days, not even 90. So they're raking the system as well and keeping people down as well. I just wanted to,
temp agency
and I
should be
just want to say
fucking
this:
outlawed.
$25 an hour is well above minimum
for
salary.
88 days.
And no,
Yeah,
most
because these people are only working the
most
88
men. Hey,
days.
don't jump on me. Let me talk. Most
Go ahead.
Most temp agencies, you have to hire for a year. You do, not 88 days or 23 days. You get hired for a year.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. They are playing the system by hiring all these people for 80 days and then they're kicking them
It's not
back.
80. It's not 80 days.
It is 88 days. I
It's but
know.
it's
Not.
it's
I'm
not
telling you, the
entirely
temp
true though.
agency, all the temp agencies I have
Yeah.
ever dealt with,
I
So out
brought
of
up
we have to
I
120
hire for a
people,
year.
I
That's
sent
the
an
they're not
minimum I'm
holding all
talking.
those people.
Okay, I sent an invite to Redneck. Redneck appears to either use or have a temp agency. I don't know, but if you wanted to speak on this with some degree
Yeah.
of,
So
certainty, go ahead.
so when I worked in manufacturing, and like logistics, warehousing, that pull, we used temp agencies to actually streamline hiring process because it eliminates a lot of logistical nightmare of hiring people. The temp agency filters what we need, and we bring those guys in on the assumption that we are going to hire them full time. And so there's different ways of run. You know, you can say this is 100% a temp job, and then this is temp to hire, and then what the temp agency will do is there's a contract that you sign, and it says you have a 30-day, 90-day, 120-day, and 1 year, like to hire. And if you hire before, you actually pay a premium to the temp agency because you've broken that contract. And I would go in. This was years ago, but let's just say it's 15 an hour. I'd say this position's 15 an hour. Then the temp agency actually would add their percentage on top, and then we were paying the temp agency say 25 an hour. And then while they were under the temp agency, that extra $10 an hour covers workers' comp, sometimes health insurance, depending on the temp agency. So, are there people that use temp agencies to exploit workers? 100%. But it probably depends on the company, the temp agency, and the people. So I just wanted to share that.
Sure, they're willing to pay more money for the job that they won't pay that amount of money to the worker, but they'll pay it to another business.
No, because the 25. So when you take that in, I mean, you got to think that so that took the payroll tax off of the company, the workers' comp, the everything that's also associated within that 15.
No benefits.
So then when the people were brought on full time, they actually were paid brought up to whatever the wage was for that position within the company. So a lot of the times they were getting anywhere between $3 and $5 more per hour
And this is
once
my
they were
point.
brought on full time.
This was my point, right? If they're scouring for all these people to come in, right, to hire on so they don't have to go through the hiring process themselves, right? And someone, if all five of us applied and they sent all five of us to this temp agency, they're only going to keep a few of us, right? Like two or three of us. And then the rest of them, they're going to say, okay, we don't need this position filled anymore because we hired these three people. So now two people are without a job. Not saying all of them do that, right? But my whole point in all of this is to say, if they can obfuscate from paying insurance, like someone put in the comments, they will, right? If they can if they can exploit work out of people, they will. Now, some, like I said, people do get hired, but not quite as many people that need jobs are getting hired through this situation. So yes, the temp agency has to make their money. And I get that it sounds like a good idea on paper, but my ultimate point was to say that while yes, the company may offer $30 an hour, they are using temp agencies more than they are hiring people off of the street. And so people are still suffering because temp agencies are paying less to the people they're hiring.
I think it just depends on the company. I think a lot of companies in my area, one of the biggest manufacturer in our town or city, with multiple plants, uses temp agencies strictly, and then if you perform well, you're brought on full time. The not all. It's just like anything. Not all temp agencies are bad, or all employers that use them. It's just a way to help filter, and not take your supervisors or your hiring team or whatever, your time away. And it does help a lot, because I would either keep guys, or within a week I would, they're a problem or they aren't able to do the job, whatever the reason was. You pick up the phone, and by 2 or 3 days later, you got a new guy coming through the door. Where if I had to hire that individual, let's say I had to let that individual go, then hire another individual, it could be 2, 3, 4 weeks of that process rolling over again, plus the cost to onboard, etc. So that's the benefit of temp agencies. There's a lot of benefit to them, but there
To
is
the
places
company only.
No, to the employees too.
No, there's no benefit to the employee.
Yeah,
of a
because
temp
that
agency
employee,
you're not employed by the company you're working for. You're employed by the temp agency. There's no
correct.
benefit to the worker because he's actually getting paid less than the going rate, and he gets no benefits. Assuming the temp agency offers none. There's no benefit to the worker. It only benefits the company.
The temp agency we use offered insurance to the individual, and then we had the ability to offset some of that cost or not offset some of that cost. The benefit to the employee using the temp agency is that you are basically you're broadcasted over a bunch of companies at one time, compared to if I was I'm an individual. I have to apply to, I'm just going to use random companies. I'd have to apply to Walmart, to Toyota, Honda, um, you know, just use another company. I'd have to apply to all those individually, where the temp agency says, okay, you've manufactured before. Okay, I have Denso, I have Toyota, Honda, the boat company. I can send you to all these. So there is a benefit to the employee.
Yeah, but
You're able to cast out more.
But that practice is actually used in the higher up positions as well, where you have recruiters. They get paid when they find somebody. So you can do that by, applying to multiple different places. You can have that kind of role without forcing them into a lower pay with no benefit situation. You don't need that. But, look, I understand that there are benefits to having a temp agency. It streamlines a lot of the process. But I think it's important that the government steps in and says that you cannot have a temp worker any longer than a certain period of time. And you either hire them or you let them go. And if you let them go, then there should be some fucking other thing there to prevent exploitation, because you end up with temp agency or temp workers that end up in this fucking probation period for a long, long time. And they're just being exploited.
I don't disagree there. I will say, if we didn't hire them within 90 days, which is typical your probation period if you get hired on in the majority of places.
Sure.
Although I agree, I think health insurance or whatever your benefits are, I think that they should kick in maybe a little quicker than that.
Yes.
But most places are 90 days. If we typically didn't hire them within 90, we actually started to get penalized And that's when we typically had to start paying a higher rate to them for whatever, not the employer, but the our employee, but
the temp agency.
staff
And see how
agency.
fucked up that is? Like,
But
you didn't
but
hire them
they,
within 90 days, and you're going to now have to pay us more, not them.
well, I think that's the incentive to make
Like,
sure that you don't do what you're, and I agree, like to basically to Lonnie's point, like if you're at 88, 89 days and you get laid off, and then that happens again, then they're
right.
exploiting you. I agree with that.
Yep.
But there is a lot of upside. Like there was one staff agency that we used, and within 2 weeks, I completely pulled the plug because they uh, they didn't do what they were supposed to do, and then I could tell that they were crap. You know,
Right.
so it just depends. But I don't think it's all bad.
I don't either. For the record, I understand the role that it plays, but with restrictions to prevent the exploitation that does happen in that industry. It's like, shitty lawyers give lawyers a bad name. Exploitative lawyers give lawyers a bad name. Bad temp agencies give the entire industry a bad name. So the state, I think, has an obligation to step in and prevent that shit. They really do. It's just, I don't know. It's just, it's fucking weird. Like, yeah, we're willing to pay $30 an hour for this job to this other, but we're going to pay them $12 an hour. The temp agency is going to pay them when they get hired on, like they make $12 an hour. It's crazy. It is weird. But I don't even know how we got into talking about this anyway.
I don't either, but I have to go. Thank you for having me up.
Yeah, thanks, Dewey. Matter of fact, in all the time that I've been doing this live, I don't think I've ever discussed temp agencies before on the show. So that's interesting.
I brought it up because of
and thank you, Dewey.
I said that manufacturing is a good place to work, and I was stating that I've been in a place where I've was looking for employment and something that paid a decent wage outside of food service before what I do now. And the only way to get in those places was through a temp agency. And I went through that whole cycle of, I go and I work and do thinking that in 90 days I'm going to get hired on, and then the temp agency calls you up one day, and you're on day 87, 88, and they're like, oh yeah, the contract with that company is expired because their peak season is closed, but we have another company we can send you to. And so, like Liv was saying, if you don't get picked, you get put back in rotation. So you spend years going through this 90-day, 120-day probation, and especially if it's something like a year where working fast food is only 15, but if you go through this temp agency for this manufacturer, they're paying you 22, but if they hire you on, you're going to get 30. So you're like, okay, I can do 30 days, 90 days, a year with $22 an hour, because I'm gonna get 30 when they hire me on, and then only to get kicked out later is still exploitive to me. And that was what I was trying to say, is like, it sounds good on paper, and the company doesn't have to pay for all this overhead of turnaround, and the company doesn't have to lose production on whatever they're producing. It works benefit for them, but all these people are stuck in this loop, and it's not as beneficial, and people can't get out of whatever impoverished that they're in when companies are doing this to them. So that was my whole point of bringing it up. It's exploitive. And
although there are situations like, I remember this trucking temp agency that I worked for. I actually went there and I wanted to work for the temp agency, not the companies that I was going to, because I don't like to do the same thing over and over and over again. Like, I just, I get bored of things. And so I wanted to work at the temp agency so they could send me somewhere else, because you can do the same job anywhere else, as a trucker, really. And they didn't like that, even though I told them that upon being hired at the temp agency. And they, but when it came to it, they kept doing full-time employment offers. I'm like, I told you guys I didn't want to work for them. So there are situations like that where somebody just wants to do a bunch of different things. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's like normal or if other people have been that way, but to me, it was worth it at the time, because some of those trucking companies are just any fucking way.
Right. Don't get me wrong. I know people who went in through temp agency and they've been there for the past 20, 25 years. They eventually got hired on. I'm not saying people don't get hired on. I'm saying that that's not definitive proof that this is going to, that is the end all be all. To direct people to manufacturing is going to be the solution to the problem. Every industry has its exploitativeness of employees, even McDonald's workers. People that work at McDonald's that make $15 an hour, what tends to happen with them is, say a day like today where I'm at, it is overcast and wet and rainy, so business is slow and they're not meeting their numbers that they figured they should meet for the day. So they start looking at crew members and be like, okay, you can go home. And they send people home early. Well, in order to get insurance, you got to clear X amount of worked hours in an X amount of time. And if they keep sending you home, you don't clear those hours.
Right.
You
in
don't
that time
get that
frame.
Insurance.
See, and all those little things that they do, these fuckers spend so much time trying to find loopholes.
Right. When they say, McDonald's make 15, you can live off of that. That's only $28K a year if you happen to do 40 hours all year.
Yeah, ain't nobody living off of 15K unless they're in a fucking commune somewhere and there's like 12 other people. I mean, geez. That's crazy. Now, McLovin, I sent you the invite because we have talked about the tariff decision, but I haven't had a chance to sit down and actually read it. So I don't know if you know more about it since it's been an hour or two.
No,
did you want to?
Not really.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
I just saw that. I just saw the headline striking it down.
Yeah, it's funny as fuck. That's for sure. I mean, I called this months ago. I'm like, they have to. It's this is not something that he's able to do.
Yeah, I said before that this was a big test case to me, in my opinion, for I guess the state of everything, because to me it's clearly unconstitutional, but that doesn't mean the court would necessarily rule that way, but I guess they did.
Yeah, so the dissent here, Kavanaugh, Thomas, and Alito, surprise, surprise, wrote that the president should be able to impose tariffs under the power to conduct foreign affairs, and they warned the court's decision would cause chaos as importers sought refunds of fees they paid. These motherfuckers are the same ones that did the McGirt decision. And they're like, well, whatever happens after that, y'all fucking figure it out. Which fucked up a lot of shit in Oklahoma. It was a good decision, but they didn't care about the fallout then, and now they're going to argue about the fallout with this. Fuck these loser pieces of shit.
Kind of weird
that they fucking joke.
I guess it's just, however people can argue it either way. But I mean, I would say tariffs aren't really foreign affairs. They're domestic affairs.
Right. I think their argument is that you can use tariffs as a way to get another country to do something. Right. And in that, I understand the argument, but it's a fucking tax.
You can do that. But yeah, exactly. You cannot impose duties and taxes on people.
Right. Yeah, I mean, hell, I got my pocket constitution. Where'd I put that bitch? I know I brought it in here. Oh,
yeah,
my laptop is sitting on it. That's right.
The power to impose duties and taxes lies solely with Congress.
That's right. Yeah, and so, they're like, yeah, but people are going to be asking for refunds. It's
so
going to be weird.
Exactly. Right. You shouldn't have fucking done it.
He should. Right. His lawyer should have told him he couldn't do it, but
he can give him the money out of his own personal wealth the billions of dollars that he's generated from selling state secrets to the Arab countries.
That was his plan. That was his plan.
Well, let me ask everybody: do you think that Trump is going to obey, or do you think he's just going to find some fucking weird loophole and just do it anyway?
He'll probably try to challenge it in some kind of court, but. I mean, I guess, but the Supreme Court's your top court, so I don't know really what you can or can't do. I guess, like you said, there's probably some weird hole that some lawyer will find
Well, he's
and
already said
try to
before
do
that
it.
he would find a different way. They'll call it something else.
In the late 1700s, they passed a law that
Like
says that.
What I say to that?
Right.
with me with tariffs, if you take away income tax and tariff, then I'm not going to complain as much. But when you're basically quadruple taxing me, right? Like I
That's
get I
right.
get paid on I get taxed on everything. Now, granted, with tariffs, there is some decision to buy the product or not buy the product, so there is a little bit of freedom there. But it just depends on what that product is, right? Some might be necessity, some aren't.
Well, if I'm an American business owner and I import stuff to sell to people here in America, that's a tax on me.
Yeah, so the problem right now too with the tariffs is it has allowed industries to increase their prices and blame it on tariff, even though the
Well,
tariff never affected it. So like I just got
I
a
will say this.
35% increase and they said tariffs and I go, but all that everything literally is made in the US by US components.
What's 35% increase?
Well it was PVC.
Damn. Because I thought I don't know the data and who really knows the data after Trump fired everybody that reported real data, but I thought data showed that the companies had not raised prices due to the tariffs. And my thinking was always they're eating the prices right now because they're hoping the court will do the right thing and they won't have to deal with this anymore. But so I thought it was pretty common that most companies and most industries hadn't really raised prices because of tariffs.
Well, I read something the other day that said 90% of it was being paid for by consumers. And you know, I don't know the study or methodology behind that,
but
what I would be interested too is like state by state, because like you'll see where some people's groceries are just like way more, you know, and then somewhere else they're way cheaper. It's to me that's interesting because like Hawaii, obviously I expect everything to be more, but from like New York to Tennessee, which is where I live, you would expect like chicken to be similar priced, but but it isn't.
Can I?
Bunny, Bunny, go ahead.
I just wanted to say American made doesn't necessarily mean it's American manufactured. There's so many bits and bots that go into making a lot of those that we don't manufacture here and they have to get from overseas.
Yeah, you can buy all the parts from China and assemble them here in America and say made in America.
Right.
That part.
And as a matter of fact, I can attest to this because I used to go to the ports like in LA and shit, and I'd pick up those containers that they'd haul across the fucking ocean and then deliver them to a plant where they would just assemble it. So they'd have all the parts in there because I'd have the manifest. I'd know what was in what was, you know, on the pallets that they put in the truck. And then they would just put them together and then say it was made in America.
But I was going to say back in like it's very like back in history, wasn't there a president? I think there was a Supreme Court decision that told like the president you can't move the Indians, and he said fuck you, I'm moving them anyway.
Andrew
and he
Jackson.
did it anyway. Okay, thank you. It is Andrew Jackson. That is what I was thinking.
Yep.
So there is historical evidence of presidents just ignoring the court and doing whatever they want. Who's going to stop them?
Right. There's, I mean,
well, that's a long-term issue too. It's every president literally has gotten more and more power, and Congress, regardless of who's in power within Congress or the presidency, they just allow it to happen because it's my guy's in charge. I'm going to let it happen. Then the next guy's get in charge. Well, they did that. It's kind of like this tick for tat, right? Like you're mad at your partner. Like I knew a married couple that were in like financial issues. One of them would go buy something and be like, well, if they're going to go buy something, I'm going to go buy something. And it was like, you know what happens. And that's, I think, America's issue, like, is that mentality, and instead of just holding whoever is in power accountable, regardless of affiliation.
Yeah. Well, and like in the Andrew Jackson
even like right
decision,
now with the whole.
Go ahead, finish your point. I thought you were done. Sorry.
I know you're good. You're good. If I say that, it's getting ready to start a whole other topic. So.
Well, I was just going to say the Andrew Jackson deal. He told John Marshall. He said, "Well, John Marshall's made his decision. Now enforce it." That's what Andrew Jackson said to him when they made that ruling against him.
Yeah, which president was he? He was like fifth or something, right?
No, I think he would have been. I don't know. Where he. But they have no enforcement mechanism. The enforcement mechanism is the executive branch. So who you gonna?
Yeah, they'll
I'm gonna throw myself in
jail. They'll manufacture some kind of event so they can do it. I mean, that's the other way that the United States government does what they want to do when they want to do is they'll just manufacture something, right? Like, and then they'll be like, oh, now we can do it because this is a new president, or this happened back in 1811, and it was allowed. They'll do something stupid.
Yep. Oh, and Raw, I saw your Trump is about to have a press conference about the tariffs. So I'm trying to find it. The White House website has a thing. We'll be live shortly, but who the fuck knows? I mean, he's late for everything. He's probably trying to take a shit or clean his diaper. Whichever is necessary at this point.
I was literally about to say that, but the only way to stop the president would be Congress would have to just defund everything, and the only way that's going to happen is if the midterms go towards Democrats.
Well, he's working real hard to fuck that shit up too. So I guess we'll see. But here's what Donald Trump should do if he was a normal human being. He should go to Congress and say, "Hey, Congress, I would like these tariffs put in place. Would you please put them in place?" That's what he should have fucking done. But he's like, "I'm just going to do it myself. I'm going to eat the cats."
It's just like, when we go to quote unquote war, and the way they get around that is, well, it's not war. We're just in a conflict.
Right, military conflict.
It isn't actually war, even though we're spending billions. And that's the way that they'll, like, I don't have to go to Congress. Well, you're dropping bombs.
I think once you drop a bomb on another nation or any kind of weapon on another nation, you've committed an act of war.
And I get if it's like an emergency, like dire, crazy. If we don't act right now, we don't have time for Congress to ascend. But then there still should be some kind. The vote should almost be the president, the Speaker of the House, and a tiebreaker to say.
I think they have the gang of 8 for that specific reason. Like if there's a dire emergency,
but I think the president literally can just say, "Do it." Like there is no.
He can.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like that should, in my opinion, that should end your presidency if you don't go through proper channels, right? Like, I mean, literally, what country have we not bombed? Right? I mean,
that's funny.
And that's
it's not funny,
issue.
But...
Like the whole Middle East situation is, I think it's such a complex issue now, and then on top of that, obviously everybody knows like the CIA's doing their thing over there. It's all manufactured, and it's just to line the pockets of people, and that's really what it is. And and it's ridiculous. But until Congress grows a set and decides, you know what, regardless of who's in power, we're going to hold them accountable. It's not going to. It's never going to change.
And see, at some point, they have to start breaking away because Trump can't run for a third term. I mean, despite what he says, I mean, I'm sure maybe he'll try, but they're going to have to start breaking away because they're going to have to, I don't know, renew themselves. They have to.
So I'm with like the whole files situation, right? I think it's very important that obviously apparently there's been some senators or Congress members that have seen the unredacted, right? Then there should have already been. I don't know if there is. Is there a special committee for the files?
Well, there's a House committee, but it's been in place for months.
Yeah. So if there isn't charges brought from that and that's unredacted, then we have a serious problem, right? And then at that point, the people have to decide, what are we going to do about it? How do you get rid of those people? How do you get rid of that corruption? There's really only two options.
Well, I mean, think about what fucking Alan Dershowitz said. I played it earlier. Let me play it again.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that where he goes, oh, yeah, if you,
yeah,
if he was a
fucking wild.
spec ops.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Jeffrey,
I'm going to play that video in case the people in the comments haven't seen it. Give me just a second. I'm going to pull it over here. There we go. Yeah, just listen to this. This is fucking crazy.
Could it be that Jeffrey Epstein just had a completely different life that he just did not tell you about? And it may also have included being a spy. I mean, clearly.
Telling me that he worked for the Mossad would have given him a get out of jail free card. I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he worked for the Mossad, for the CIA, it would have been a slam dunk for me to go to whoever I had to go to, even up to the President of the United States, and I would have gotten him a deal with no time at all.
Hang on a second. You mean if he'd said he was working with the Mossad or CIA, then he would get off being a pedophile?
That's right.
I mean,
yeah.
It's like,
and I guess,
yeah, that is just, and here's the thing though, people forget that he was busted before. In his 18-month term, he only served 13 months of it, and the motherfucker was allowed 12 hours a day to leave prison and go do his business and then come back, and he would sleep. And that was 6 days a week he was allowed to do that. So, based on what Dershowitz just said, but there are things that are just so egregious that you can't ignore, just like with Jonathan Pollard. He was spying for Shitrael, stole all of our fucking documents. I mean, a lot, really hurt us. And he got life in prison. He spent 30 years in jail. They gave him parole, and now he's back in Shitrael, living high on the hog. National hero.
And that right there just shows you, like, it doesn't, like, in my opinion, that video proves that there will be nothing done unless, for instance, the arrest of Prince Andrew, actually, he started divulging names in their court, and then that would force Congress to, and I think that's what's going to happen, right? Is like, until they are
another nation
forced.
Yep.
Yeah. And or all these Congress people that have seen these unredacted, I don't know, I would just say the name. Like, yeah, you're probably going to get, offed, but I don't know, unless they're actively trying to bring charges upon those people, then say their name.
Right. No, I like, and how is this not a whistleblower issue also? Because by not going after and investigating these people, they're protecting them. And I mean, think about that. This other country is arresting members of the royal family and paying Bondi, this dumbass is out there. If we go after them, it'll collapse the whole system. Yet they're going after royal family. Like, none of that makes any sense.
I think they said it's the first time a royal member's been arrested in like 400 years.
Right.
It's
fucking crazy.
And it's just absurd. Whether or not, like, the whole reason I would love to see the unredacted is you know who's innocent and guilty at that point. There's no assumption, right? Like, and that's the biggest issue is like, if your name's in the file, then I don't assume that you're immediately guilty unless it's like obvious, like there's evidence within it, because uh, it just kind of goes against our belief of like innocent till proven guilty. But if they unredact it and it says, Donald Trump at gmail.com,
Right.
because that's probably like you're guilty, because there, that's the, I don't know. It's like I said, I just think there's only two ways to end it, and I just don't know what's going to happen. So,
Well, they got to do something. I guess technically they don't have to do anything, because what are the people going to do? What are you going to do?
yeah, the whole thing with Donald Trump too is like, so I'm not actively for, actively against. I'm not. It's kind of like he does dumb stuff. His name's obviously in the files. We don't. There's accusations. I want to know if they're 100% true before for any of. Obviously, Jeffrey Epstein's 100%, guilty. But the Congress, and you're right, how the Republicans haven't started to pull away is kind of crazy to me. Because November will be here before you know it. And what happens when October 31st hits and boom, someone drops it?
And that begs the question, what do they know that nobody else knows? Because historically speaking, in the second term, it starts pretty fucking early, especially in the second year, where they start to break away. They start to try and make a name for themselves. And I don't see a single one really doing that. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene, we've seen her. Who's the other one that kind of jumped ship a little bit? I can't.
Massey.
Well, of course, he's always been opposed to that. He's always been.
Yeah.
I actually like Massey. I don't like his politics. I don't really agree with his stuff, but I like the fact that he's never bowed to this fucker. Yeah, well, he's always just said what he believes.
So, like, I'm more centrist, right? Like, I'm technically like independent. I will vote for who I believe. I don't vote down party, whatever.
Right.
But I have respect for politicians that actually hold to their belief and don't vary from it. We're kind of regardless of what it is, as long as it's not like something crazy. Like I believe in, Jeffrey Epstein or something like that, right? Like, because at least you have a ground that you're willing to kind of die on. But
right. Yeah, have some fucking integrity, and like, if it's a core ideology that you have, don't waver from it.
Yeah.
Even if it's something I disagree with, like if somebody stands on business on their, and for their what they believe in, that's respectable. But these people that just bend over and they're spreading them for him and been like, "Give it to me, Daddy," I just don't get it. I don't understand it.
I think if Democrats get the House and Senate in 2026, they should end the filibuster in the Senate. The filibuster is not original to the Constitution.
Right. It isn't, but it does. It gives the minority something to fight with, right? And because,
but you know who made that? You know who that comes from? That comes from the slave owners, the slave states, the like that political party.
Sure, but I'm okay with it being gone like forever. I am, but there is a benefit to it, because if you're in the minority, you're still representing a large percentage of the population. You know what I mean? And so you still should have a voice and a say. It does cause gridlock, but that's what forces people to like work with each other. Of course.
Well, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. Like, so I disagree a lot, because number one, we've seen what the filibuster has done. It has paralyzed our Congress. We have not passed a budget since 1996.
I mean, that's true. And it does allow them to play all these fucking stupid games.
So the filibuster, the way they're using it right now, like, just to block anything that they don't like, it was never used like this. So I'm a registered Republican. I was raised in a Republican family. I believe in capitalism. I think Atlas Shrugged is a good book. So fuck anybody who says it's not. Anyway, the filibuster was not used like this until Mitch McConnell became the leader of the GOP and in the Senate when Obama got elected. There, you can look at the numbers of filibusters, and from Mitch McConnell on,
get around to.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so from Mitch McConnell on, the filibuster began to be used simply to obstruct the majority from governing. And if you look at if you think about the filibuster, it is contrary to our U.S. Constitution principles. Why do we have the Constitution? Because we didn't like the Articles of Confederation, right?
Right.
The Articles of Confederation required like a 3/4 majority. And so the government couldn't do anything. And a small minority was able to block the majority from governing. So then they had the Federalist Papers, they advocated for the Constitution. And when the Senate was originally formed, the only kind of filibuster that existed was while the senator is speaking. Because while the senator is speaking, the Senate rule is you can't interrupt them. They get to speak for however, they can speak. But I think it was early on in the country, but Aaron Burr suggested to the Senate, get rid of this rule. And by getting rid of that rule, it now required they changed the rule, and it was now required
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I see what you're saying, but if the filibuster wasn't there, Donald Trump would be able to pass all these laws that he wanted, and the Republicans would as well. Now, granted, Democrats could come in and resolve that and then remove it, sure, but again, you're still representing a constituency that is a large percentage of the population. Say you have 51%.
But if you lose the election and the majority want to govern this way, why would the founding fathers want a small minority to obstruct the majority from governing?
Well, because if you don't have a large majority, you still have to respect what other people want. Do you not? Because it's again a bunch of different states, right? It's not just one large thing here. This is different states representing their people, and so like I understand the points you're making. I get it, but I also understand the other side of it too. Because if you have a over 60 votes, that means you largely have a mandate to do whatever it is that you want to do.
Yeah, but at that point, you almost have the numbers to make a constitutional amendment. So, like, if you want a clear mandate to do something, you make a constitutional amendment.
No, because that would be the states, though.
Yeah.
That would require the governors and the states.
It doesn't require the governors.
The states have to agree to a constitutional amendment. Two-thirds.
Right, and you also have to have a 2/3, a 3/4 majority in the Senate and House, right?
Yeah, but I and I could be wrong, but the constitutional amendment started at the state.
I believe it's just the House and the Senate, because there's a constitutional convention, which is the states, but because there's two different ways to do it. You can do it with the states.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You can do it with 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate.
I don't think the 17th Amendment. I think that it should be gone because we weren't originally set up to vote for our senators, and then they passed that right after the Federal Reserve also passed. And to me, the states actually lost power when the 17th was passed. And it also kind of made some state elections, your representatives within your state, kind of less important. And because your state would have put up your senator, now we put up our senator. And I think that's kind of where, and it was supposed to be because of corruption and this and that. Well, now look, it's just as corrupt.
Well, it's corrupt in a different way.
I would much rather vote. I would rather it be how it was, where no one votes for their senator, and the states put up the senator, because the states hold the power. The states are supposed to hold the power within. When you take that away, now it's harder to get rid of that senator. Once they kind of win, they just kind of stay. Where your state representatives tend to turn more.
But can't your state legislator gerrymander the hell out of the legislator to elect the senators in that kind of way? Because they can draw their House districts however they want. And so they can gerrymander a majority, and then they can elect a fake majority of senators.
I think the way that it was originally put is like your state reps would elect
your state, like House and state senators.
Yeah, they would elect your senator.
Right. And
So you are voting for your House state based on how you want your state to run. And that senator is supposed to go to Washington and represent the state on how the people of the state want it to run. Now it's just kind of like, well, senators operate on how Donald Trump or Joe Biden
I just want to push back
the federal government
because,
to run.
Well, I don't know if prior to this change, like shit was deadlocked all the time. State legislatures wouldn't even put up a fucking senator. They couldn't agree on it. Like it was, there were issues. It wasn't just that, the states had power.
Well, and I think that's fine. If you can't agree on who's going to represent your 100%. If you cannot agree on who's going to represent your state, then you do not get, then you do not get a say in how the federal government's going to run. Then it goes back to the people of the state to make that change. If your elected officials can't put an individual up, then you can get rid of them. I think it's easier to make a turnover and a change on the state level than the federal level.
No, because so you're it's kind of like the electoral college argument, like we're going to vote for somebody who then appoints somebody else. Okay, so you're voting for a representative of you to then pick somebody for representing you. Why not just vote for that person?
Well, the electoral, so essentially,
because you're voting for electors. You're not voting for the president. You're voting for the electors, essentially. And so, why not cut out the middleman?
But I think that I think the states have less representation on a federal level because they don't care. The senators don't care what you want now because they're not held to really the state. Like they just.
I kind of push back on that because they have to care what you think because they have to. They're responsible to your vote now.
Right. Yeah, probably more so because before, the positions were filled with lackeys. They were filled with family members. They were filled with business partners. They were filled with, hey, you do this and I'll get, well, sure, but those are other fires that you can put out. Like you fix one thing that's a problem and then another problem pops up. It's like whack-a-mole. You got to get them all, but there has to be a willingness to get them,
I think there's pros and cons. I don't agree with it. It's just, I don't think, I also think that our Constitution has been diddled with so much that it's kind of irrelevant anyways. Because it's to fit narratives and to fit what this party wants in this moment. If we can get it to change, if we can add some amendments are good, like the 19th, good, right? Allowing people of color to vote, good. Like there's goods within amendments, but I don't know. I just don't agree with it.
CW brought up an interesting point that sparked a thought in my head, and I just thought about it. So, take it for what it is. CW said, like Oklahoma shouldn't be dictating shit to any other state based on population. That's interesting because, like, you send representatives from your state to represent you in the federal government. What if you made it so that your representatives could only vote on shit that had to do with that state? And that, like, your Oklahoma can't be voting on something that affects Montana or
That's
Arkansas.
not the role of the federal government, though.
But why are they allowed to dictate the way that other states live? Because Oklahoma's
Because
culture is
our
different than Mississippi.
country is a union of states. That's why.
Okay, so one state should be allowed to dictate the way another state is, or what they get.
All the states together dictate how the federal government should be.
Right, but they're passing laws that don't apply necessarily to other states.
Well, I think that's why Redneck probably feels like states are not represented well enough anymore, because states' rights have been trampled on a lot by all administrations, this one especially.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an interesting thought because it is kind of weird, because life in,
to me,
for
this
example,
is all related. To me, this is all related to the income tax. Once the Congress started using the income tax in non-war times, that's when the federal government grew so much and began to affect everybody's individual lives.
And the Federal Reserve. Once it was, it was like one was bad enough.
Thank you, Jesse.
Then you added the other one, and it was worse. Like, I just think that the federal government's role is like protection
and promoting the general welfare.
He probably got a call. But yeah, that clause is in there, and that clause, I agree with you, liberal, can be used in many ways for the general welfare of the country. But when you look at the history of, like, the income tax, for example, like, we never had an income tax in this country until the Civil War. The government was funded by tariffs. But when they passed the income tax, or not when they passed, Lincoln did it, unilaterally to fund the war. Everybody realized how much money they can get from the American worker, and it was way more than they ever dreamed with tariffs.
Mm-hmm.
But after the Civil War was over, they stopped the income tax. Then later on, around World War I, they passed the income tax to fund the war. After the war, they ended it. And then when World War II started, they started using the income tax again. And after World War II ended, they never stopped the income tax.
Yeah, so are you guys totally opposed to income tax?
Yeah, I am.
I'm not totally opposed to a federal income tax, but for 95% of Americans, I believe the federal income tax should be 5%, no exemptions, and let's call it a day. If you want to spend money, you better get it from the rich people, because we don't have any money for you.
They play a game, right? So, like, let's say I make $15 an hour, and I'm married, and my partner makes $15 an hour, how many Americans does that role probably fit right now? I don't know. I just make up a number, a third. How many of those out of that third claim like non-exemptions? Probably almost none, right? And then what's going to happen is when they do their income tax, I forgot, let's add that they got 2 or 3 kids, right? When they go and do their taxes, they're not, the government just taxed them to basically use their money as like
interest-free loan.
Yeah, thank you. And then, oh yeah, here you go. We're gonna give it all back. Oh yeah, we're also gonna give you a couple grand more because you got some kids. Well, like if most Americans that are under the poverty line probably just filed non-exemptions, um, things would probably get fixed. I'm telling, like you take away that revenue stream, things will start to get fixed, or
Or
they'll find
actually,
another
or
way to
they
screw it.
wouldn't because they don't. They need money in order to do anything.
There's two parts to the equation. They need to stop taxing the middle class, and they need to stop spending what they don't tax.
They need to stop spending what they don't tax. What do you mean by
Because
that?
year after year, we have a budget deficit, right?
Yes.
Meaning we're spending more than we tax.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting loans.
Sure.
That's why the second largest expenditure of our congressional budget is interest on the loans, right? Interest on the debt.
Sure.
So because they're not taxing enough for the amount that they're spending, they're getting the loans. So that's why they have to tax enough to stop running deficit after deficit, because when we can see the result of it, it becomes the second largest expenditure of our budget. Think about that. Your tax dollar is going to interest on the debt. Who gets that tax dollar?
Who gets what tax dollar?
The interest on the debt.
What do you mean?
So you know that the budget expenditure, like this first largest budget expenditure for the U.S. federal government is what?
Is interest.
Well, the first largest one I think is
defense.
I don't think it's defense. It's probably.
I think it's Social Security.
Oh yeah, Social Security. Sorry.
So this first largest expenditure is Social Security. So your tax dollar is going to Social Security. That's a good thing, right? Good. The second largest expenditure.
That's a direct tax. That actually doesn't add to our deficit.
Well,
if they didn't pull money out of it at any point in time.
Exactly, and I'm just saying.
So I mean, listing that is moot.
No, I'm just saying
when you're talking about deficit.
No, hold on. I'm just talking about taxes right now. So your tax dollars, they go to the largest expenditure is Social Security. The second largest
you're taxed that directly.
Let me finish, liberal.
Right, but when you're talking about deficit spending, well, no, hold on. You're talking. I'm going to mute you. You're talking about deficit spending. Don't bring up Social Security because we're taxed directly for Social Security. Right? It's not the same thing.
I'm talking about two things. Two things. I'm talking about deficit spending, and I'm talking about what our tax dollars are going to. So I'm not saying Social Security is causing the deficit. That's not what I'm saying.
Sure.
So, but our tax dollars, they do go to Social Security, correct?
The money that we pay directly to it. Yes.
Thank you. Our tax dollars are also going to interest on the debt. That is the second largest expenditure in the U.S. federal budget. So our tax dollars, right? Is that correct? Our tax dollars, they go to the Social Security. They're also going to pay the interest on the debt and many other things. Correct?
Again, you keep bringing up Social Security when you're talking about deficit spending.
I'm talking about your liberal. I've said it over and over again. What your
I've said it over and over again. You're putting.
So you cut me off. I don't think you can hear me when I'm talking because you can't. Hear
I didn't cut you off.
You just yes, you did.
No, you asked me a damn question.
I just now said I'm talking about things that our tax dollars are going towards.
Yes, but when it relates to deficit spending, Social Security is irrelevant.
It's not because it's something that we spend tax dollars. No, sir, you're missing my point when you're getting upset for no reason, sir.
I'm not getting upset. You don't understand my point. My point is you keep talking about Social Security while you're talking about deficit spending.
I'm talking about two things.
Push that off to the side. We pay taxes outside of Social Security, don't we?
Yes.
Okay. Let's focus on that. The government spends more than it takes in. We've established this. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And we pay interest on the debt that we incur through bonds that we give out. Yes?
Among some things.
Yes. Now, what is your point?
What about banks? Do banks give us loans?
Yeah. What is your point?
Your tax dollar is going to bankers. That's my point. And that's ridiculous. The American tax
Treasury
dollars,
bonds.
which are going to who?
Whoever buys the bonds.
So that's the only way we fund our deficit is through bonds?
I mean, I'm sure there are other ways, but generally speaking, that's how they've done it. That's how they paid for railroads. That's how they paid for a lot of things.
So we don't have loans from big banks?
Loans from big banks, not that I'm aware of, not in the conventional way that you're talking about. It does. I don't
Through
think
the
it
Federal
works
Reserve?
that is, that's something different.
I think it should be law that the budget has to be balanced.
So,
and I don't know if that could technically be an amendment, but I would 100% be in favor of that. And I think it would eliminate a ton of issues. Like, I think we talked about it earlier. Like, when's the last time the budget was balanced? Like 92? Is that correct? I believe.
I think it was later than that, in the later 90s. The last time we passed a budget was in 1996. But
yeah, we had a surplus under Clinton.
My main point, Liberal, is just that by having deficit after deficit, we can see that the interest is now the second largest expenditure, and that is wasted tax dollars. That's not going to anything that's benefiting society and the middle and working class people.
Okay.
And so that's why
they
need to tax more. And they cannot tax the middle and working class people. They need to tax the rich people enough for their spending. If they don't want to tax the rich people, they need to stop spending so fucking much.
But is it a tax issue or is it a spending issue? Because I think it's more of a spending issue that we have than a tax issue.
I think it's both.
The more we tax, the more the federal government, it's like they're just gonna be like, look.
By letting them have access to the wealth of the middle class, it's like giving an alcoholic the keys to a liquor store.
So McLovin, you claim that I was interrupting you. You interrupted Redneck. Do I get to point that out when you do that?
Yeah, that's fine. You can. Yeah, that's fine.
Even though I didn't interrupt you.
You can cry about it if you're upset about it. I don't understand why you're.
No. You were the one crying about it earlier when I didn't interrupt you.
You kept saying.
You kept saying that I interrupted you, and then you immediately turn around and you see you're interrupting me right now. And guess what? Look at this. Watch that. You see the mute button works. You cried about it, even though I didn't interrupt you, and then immediately you interrupt this man right here. I just find that ironic.
I just think it does. Unfortunately, I think our government is beyond help. I don't know. It's going to take it's just going to take the people collectively to forget about a party line and for people to understand that, it's us versus them. And that's really what it is. And they use stupid stuff to divide us. That some things that don't exist on it exists, but not to the level. And then that's their talking points. And then, it's the immigrants, it's racism, it's this. And then that's what they get people to so focus on. And meanwhile, they're over there, living lavish and, it's messed up.
I have noticed, though, the people using that argument that it's they're using us against each other. They're using stupid arguments to have us be divided. I usually hear that type of statement from people who have their person that they voted for last in charge of the White House. I don't know if anyone else has noticed that, but whenever people are like, "Oh, well, why don't we all just get along?" It's usually when your guy is already running things. That's kind of interesting to me.
Well, that's how it's always is
That is funny.
with people. It goes to the my guy's in charge. I can do what I want mentality, right? Like,
And then when
get
that
over
person
it.
does something shitty, they're like, "But what about that last guy?" It's
It's a
like
tick for tat, and it's an issue. And
rinse
it's
and repeat.
hold your man or your woman accountable for the actions that they do, regardless. And it's
Oh,
but it's an
here
but
comes the turd spreader himself. Here we go.
well, I got to get off here and do
Well,
some
thanks for
things.
coming up,
record.
Redneck. I appreciate it, man.
We'll see you.
Have a good one.
Well,
See you,
thank you
Redneck.
very much for being here. The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not
It's
having the
illegal.
courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which
Now, this is
right now very
butthurt,
proud
McLovin.
of those justices. When you
They're
read
losers.
the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long. That I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no, no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people.
He's losing it.
Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular.
Oh, God.
When in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the
Taking
rhinos
bets that he brings
and the
up the
radical left
2020
Democrats,
election.
and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political
What the
movement that is
fuck?
far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide.
Here it comes,
With all the
2020.
cheating that went on, there was a lot of it, but we still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain
What the
justices are
fuck?
afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security. And also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news
I'm
is
gonna
that there
arrest the
are
judges.
methods, practices, statutes, and authorities as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States. And in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important, I wanted to be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything, I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court. Because I understand the court. I understand how they are very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy.
A good boy.
I have very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow, and simultaneously, and even more amazingly, broken 70 broken 7,000 on the S&P, two numbers that everybody thought upon our landslide election victory could not be attained. Think of that. Nobody thought it was possible to do it within 4 years, and we did it in 1 year. They said, you'll never be able, you'll go back and you read the geniuses, read their statements, all of the Nobel Prize winners in economics. They said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years. Well, we didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book, and we're continuing to do so. Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not, including India, Pakistan, big ones, nuclear.
Still going on.
The war on the moon.
Prime Minister of Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had, the peace board, he said yesterday that President Trump could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to stop fighting. They were getting ready to do some bad things. But they've given us great national security, these tariffs have. And together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison into our country to poison our youth. All of those tariffs remain. They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them. And we will after the decision. Guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those 3 people, such respect. I've had a lot of respect for them anyway, but such great respect. But other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected.
Called that one.
Great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money, and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of billions
we're
of
gonna
dollars.
tax you more, and you're gonna love it.
So. To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't charge $1. Can't charge $1. I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under IEPA. Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries, certainly not the United States of America, which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1.
Wow.
Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little 2-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. You know, they've been approved by the decision for those that thought they had us.
What the fuck?
And they're saying that I have the absolute right to license, but not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license, which is a very powerful word. In many ways, license is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with the idea that I can license, just like the people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that. Who ever heard of such a thing? What license has ever been issued?
What are you talking about?
Without the right to charge a fee. You get a license, you charge a fee. It's automatic, but not with this court. But now the court has given me the unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, to destroy foreign countries, but a much more powerful right than many people ever thought we even had, but not the right to charge a fee. How crazy is that?
So he wants to destroy
our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it was a dead country 1.5 years ago under an incompetent president. But now I'm going to go in a different direction, probably the direction that I should have gone the first time, but I read the language. I'm very good at reading language, and it read our way 100%.
Bitch, you can't read a fucking
now
thing.
I'll go the way I could have gone originally, which is even stronger than our original choice. As Justice Kavanaugh, whose stock has gone so well, you have to see, I'm so proud of him, wrote in his dissent, although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. So, think of that. The decision might not substantially constrain. And it doesn't, he's right. In fact, I can charge much more than I was charging.
That's the dissent, bitch.
So I'm going to just start. Although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. That's because numerous other federal statutes, which is so true, authorize the president to impose tariffs and might justify most, if not all, of the tariffs issued in this case. Even more tariffs, actually. Those statutes include, think of that.
Statutes.
Those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232. All of these things I know so well. The Trade Act of 1974, Sections 122, 201, 301. And the Tariff Act of 1930, Section 338, all clear. But it's a little bit longer process. I thought I'd make things simple, but they didn't let us do that. I would like to thank Justice Kavanaugh for frankly, his genius and his.
Oh my God.
His great ability.
I'm gonna blow you later, Brett. I'm gonna blow you later.
In actuality, while I am sure that they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear.
Wow.
Rather than less. I don't think they meant that. I'm sure they didn't.
I do what I want.
And to think
poopy in my diaper.
That the Democrats who oppose this only because they want to go the opposite way. They'd like to pack the court. They want to put on 21 people. They want to pack the court, pack the Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better off if they did it. They want to pack the court.
What?
They want to do anything to hurt our country. There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection of our companies and country will actually increase because of this decision. I don't think the court meant that, but it's the way it is. Based on long-standing law and hundreds of victories, and even, as I was pointed out before, even thousands of victories over the years, to the contrary, the Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEEPA tariffs. And essentially, it's used to get a fee. I can do anything I want with IEEPA. Anything. I just can't charge anybody for it. I can license, I just can't charge them. It's ridiculous, but it's okay because we have other ways, numerous other ways. The ability to block, embargo, restrict, license, or impose any other condition on a foreign country's ability to conduct trade with the United States under IEEPA has been fully confirmed by this decision. So now there's no doubt, because, you know, there were a lot of questions about tariffs because no president was smart enough to use them to protect our country from those countries and businesses that were ripping us off. You took a look at the deficits that we had with some of these countries. It was disgraceful what they got away with for many, many decades. But now we know, because this decision affirms all those things that some people weren't sure about. In order to protect, and it says so, in order to protect our country, a president can actually charge more tariffs than I was charging in the past period of a year under the various tariff authorities. So we can use other of the statutes, other of the tariff authorities, which have also been confirmed and are fully allowed. Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there, remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged.
We called that
and
one,
we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I say quite simply, which I've said for a long time, make America great again. And interestingly, we've already made it great, so I don't have to use that, but I don't think we'll ever give up on MAGA. MAGA is always going to be with us. If you have a few questions, you can let us know. But just to end, so we're going forward, we will be able to take in more money, and there'll no longer be
from
doubt.
us.
There's always doubt. I know the people that brought the lawsuit, and you know they're sleazebags, major sleazebags. But I know them.
Says the guy who was best friends with a fucking
centric
pedo.
They were sending things into our country, and the people representing them knew full well, but they were sending things into our country, and they were beneficial to other countries, but very, very bad for us. And I stopped it, and we'll just keep it going. So we have we have a totally firm decision now, and I don't think the court meant it, because the court doesn't show great spirit toward our country, in my opinion. A lot of bad decisions, but there are usually ways around it. This is something we could have done, as Justice Kavanaugh said, we could have done this originally, but we're doing it now.
So he's keeping the tariffs. He's just going to claim it's under something else. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, I'm very curious. You've spoken about
in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Justice Thomas and Alito, as you know, are the most conservative constitutional justices. Do you think that you'll get to appoint 2 more justices later this term with similar ideologies? And what type of vetting process will they go through to ensure they uphold?
I don't know, but they're great justices. That's all I can say. And I hope they're going to be around a long time. I hope they're going to stay healthy. They're great people. They're great. And Justice Alito, too, to add to the group. These are great men.
Right.
With a great love of our country and a great understanding of the law.
Mr. President, are you going to ask Congress to take additional action on tariffs now?
No, I don't need to. It's already been approved. I mean, I would ask Congress and probably get it. When people look at the real numbers, and you look at hundreds of billions of dollars that have come into our country. Yesterday, I was at a steel plant, as you know, and went to great place, great plant, great, wonderful people.
I taxed you more, and you need to love me for it.
You were there. A lot of the press in this room. Of course, I don't think this plane's big enough to take the press in this room, but a lot of the press right here. We were in Georgia, and I said to the owner, I made a speech at a factory. They make steel products, and I said, how are you? Nice to meet you. How's business? President, I'd love to kiss you. This is a very powerful man. I don't want to be kissed by that man. But a very powerful, strong man. He's been in the steel business for many years. His father started it.
He's very powerful.
He said, sir, I want to kiss you.
He's like steel.
Why? He said, because we were down to working 1 hour a week, and then you came in and imposed tariffs, and all of that foreign junk that they were dropping into our country stopped. And we're now going to double shifts, 7 days a week, and we may be very soon going to 24 hours around the clock, almost 7 days a week. He said, sir, I want to kiss you so badly. And I said, no, thanks.
Bitch, nobody wants to kiss you. We know you're lying.
Just to finalize it.
I had yet another man wanting to put his lips on mine.
In Georgia, he said, all up and down the highway. Same exact answer, sir. We're all going out of business. We're going to go bankrupt. We're all going out of business. And now every one of us are thriving, and we're hiring people like we haven't. He said, like I've never, and he's been in business for, I think, 45 years, like we've never hired before. That's because of tariffs. And we're going to keep it going the same way. And you're going to start to see the results in a year from now when all those factories start that are under construction right now. You see all the construction numbers are so good. Those construction workers are building factories that are going to be open, including not only AI, which is big, but car plants coming in from Canada, who ripped us off for 30% of our market. Mexico ripped us off for a big portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place because nobody's standing in this position. The position I have as president of the United States had the insight, the courage, well, I don't know what it is, to charge tariffs. You can make your product outside. You can put our people out of business. You can put everybody on the unemployment rolls. But if you're going to make a car in some other country, you're going to pay a 15, 20, 30% tariff. And those things would have never happened. We wouldn't have lost our business. Same thing with, as an example, Taiwan. Taiwan came in. They stole our chip business.
We're going to bring back Hoovervilles.
30 years longer. They
free housing.
Chip. And they put our companies. Intel would be now the largest company. I saved Intel. I literally saved it at the beginning of this administration. And now all those companies in Taiwan are building factories in Arizona, Texas, and various other places because they don't want to pay tariffs. They're all pouring into the United States. But just like that great patriot said yesterday, sir, what you've done, nobody thought was possible. And Steve Moore, a highly respected economist, came into my office yesterday. He said, you've done something nobody's ever done. 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics said we would right now be in a recession. And you said, no, we're going to have a booming country. We're going to have a booming country. You were right. All 22 were wrong, and you were right. This country is booming, and it's booming because of the election on November 5th, and it's booming for another reason. It's booming because of tariffs. Yeah, please, go ahead.
What will you say ahead of this decision that if the Supreme Court
please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say to foreign nations who seek to renegotiate their deals? And what did you mean a moment ago when you said that the Supreme Court has been swayed by foreign interests?
Well, I think that foreign interests are represented by people that I believe have undue influence. They have a lot of influence over the Supreme Court, whether it's through fear or respect or friendships, I don't know. But I know some of the people that were involved on the other side, and I don't like them. I think they're real slime balls. And got to do what's right for the country. You got to do what's right for the Constitution.
Well, then
That's
resign.
Why I respect
do what's right for the country.
Thomas,
walk
Alito,
yourself into prison,
Kavanaugh, because they
and
not
shut
only
the door.
dissented, their dissent is so strong. When you read their dissent, you know, a lot of times you'll read a dissent and it's like, well, you don't know, it could go either way. There's no other way. The good news is, it's like Justice Kavanaugh said, very strongly said, you have other ways you can go. You don't have to go that way. You can go other way. There are numerous other ways you can go. And frankly, this should have been done by presidents many years ago. They allowed our country to be eaten alive. We lost 50% of our car business. We used to make cars. We made all the cars. And then Mexico came, Canada came, Japan and Germany. But they're all coming back now. They're all coming back at record levels.
He's so hard to listen to.
No, you please. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking. I don't talk to CNN. It's fake news. Go ahead.
Mr. President, yesterday you made the case the hottest it's been in a long time. January jobs report beat expectations, CPI report beat expectation, real wages are up. What would you tell Americans
oh my
who are worried
God.
that this decision will kind of throw the economy that you have projected going in the right direction at a very rapid pace off
Who is this fucking shill?
And I will say this.
He came out of Trump's diaper. I got a question.
I've been waiting for this decision so long. They could have made this decision a long time ago. Not complex. They're wrong on it. It's a ridiculous decision. But they should have released this a long time ago. We waited months. And that gave uncertainty. Now we have certainty. And I think you're going to see the country get much stronger because of it. Look, we were ripped off by almost every country.
They all put their heads up and put them back down.
Almost
like, oh, he's
every
still
country
babbling.
in the world that did business with us, our people were stupid. And I blame presidents for it because they're ultimately the leader. We were being ripped off by almost every single country in the world had some massive surpluses. China had hundreds of billions of dollars in surpluses with the United States. They rebuilt China. They rebuilt the army. We built China's army by allowing that to happen. I have a great relationship with President Xi, but he respects our country now. Now, what we've done, I charged China a 20% tariff as a penalty for sending fentanyl.
He respects Trump because Trump has been the best thing for China.
More than they could make by selling fentanyl. And I said, you know, at some point you're going to say, like, and they have reduced it. You know, fentanyl is down by more than 30% coming into our country. Part of that is our strong border. We have a strong border now. But thank you. Thank you for your question.
Mr. President, sir, you warned once in a social media post that if the Supreme Court did this, shot down your tariffs, the U.S. would be, quote, financially defenseless. Are we financially defenseless right now?
No, because we're doing something in a different way. We're doing something in a very powerful way. And we're using things that some people thought we should have used in the first place. But it's more complicated. It's a little more complicated. The process takes a little more time. But the end result is going to get us more money. And I think it's going to be great. Yeah, please. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, since Liberation Day, there's about $175 billion in tariff revenue that is now in limbo. Do you have to refund $175 billion?
Think of it, Peter. Very fair question. They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions, hundreds of billions of dollars.
They're going to sue you, bitch.
What happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think
they'll
they would
sue
have put
you?
One sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years.
That's right.
So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective.
The dissent didn't say what would have to happen.
Smart people, and what they do, they don't even talk about that. Your question is very basic. That was the first question I asked, also to make you feel good. I said, "What about all the money that we've taken in, sir?" They don't discuss that. How crazy is that?
Well, we know you never pay anybody anyway.
You don't plan to honor refunds for companies that file for them?
I just told you the answer, right? I told you the answer. It's not discussed. We'll end up being in court for the next 5 years.
Costing us even more money.
Go ahead, Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you are talking about the relationship with countries that you have sought trade deals with, do you anticipate that they will seek to renegotiate those? What do you say to them? And do you view this as a potential undermining power?
They're going to call him and laugh.
With 10% straight across the board, which was the absolute right to do. And that's taking place. That's a lot of money coming into our country. And then during that period of about 5 months, we are doing the various investigations necessary to put fair tariffs or tariffs, period, on other countries. So we're doing that period, but we're immediately instituting the 10% provision, which we're allowed to do. And in the end, I think we'll take in more money than we've taken in before.
President, you've used the tariff revenue to pay for a host of federal policies. You claim that they will pay for them. What happens?
Well, like the farmers, we took care of farmers. You know, the farmers were mistreated by foreign countries very badly.
Yeah, welfare queens.
Very badly. And
welfare
last week
queens.
I gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We intend to, out of
after you fucked up their shit, yes.
We have
you
tariffs.
break it, you buy it.
We just have them in a different way. And now they've been confirmed by the Supreme Court of the United States. So there's no longer that question out there about tariffs. And we'll be taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And countries that have treated us badly will have to pay a price for treating us badly. And countries that have been good to us will be treated very well. We just left the top person in a place called Vietnam, just left my office. Great gentleman, strong and smart. He said, you know, I think this means you're allowed to charge us more tariffs than before. And,
this guy just makes shit up. This conversation
Jameson,
never happened.
You might want to say it, Jameson, but
this motherfucker just makes shit up.
Because you'll actually be allowed to charge us with a little additional work
and
higher.
We run across people like this in our daily lives, and they're annoying as fuck.
Yes, sir. So, to the president's point, we have a lot of tools out there.
Wow.
We have Section 122, which will be implemented today. It will be signed today and implemented very shortly. We have Section 301 investigations, which are incredibly legally durable, where we can address.
Doesn't that look like the fucking Doogie Howser?
Practices that have led to our huge trade.
Fuck it, what's that guy's name?
You can look forward between days and weeks to seeing all of
I
that
can't
come
think
out,
of his name.
and we're going to keep continuity in the
Doogie.
program. We're going to keep addressing this so that the deficit can keep going down. That's the trend it has, and we can make America great again.
No, the guy that was talking.
Several of Republicans in Congress have supported this decision by the Supreme Court, and Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, has called you a wannabe king. Why wouldn't
him a low IQ?
But why wouldn't
he doesn't even know? And I watched him the other day interview. The guy doesn't even know what a tariff is.
But there's been bipartisan criticism.
No, not
of
bipartisan.
the tariffs.
Excuse me.
There's several
A few
Republicans
people.
have said that.
Yeah,
But
a
why
few people.
wouldn't you just work with Congress to come up with a plan?
I don't have to.
To push tariffs.
I have the
through?
right to do tariffs. And
I
I've
don't
always
have to.
had the right to do tariffs. And it's all been approved by Congress.
I don't make
so there's
deals.
no reason to do it.
I tell you to
All
do,
we're
and you
doing is
do.
We're going through a little bit more complicated.
Yes,
process.
Neil Patrick
Not
Harris.
complicated
Thank you,
very much,
Nikki. Yes.
But a little more complicated than what we had. We'll be able to take in tariffs,
Doogie.
more tariffs. And the Congress people and the
Voted
Congress.
down the Canadian tariffs last week.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
been votes in the
Well,
Senate against it.
Yeah, because we lost 2 Republicans or 3 Republicans because they're not good Republicans.
Not
What
good
you don't
Republicans.
Say, so you don't say that we had that we
Republicans
got
are on their
215
knees, the good
votes
ones.
You need
to
218 for something to pass.
Yeah, sure we do. We might have lost.
I love this guy.
3 votes. And we
Who's this guy?
What was the score on the Republican side? 215 to 3, right? But you don't say that. We have great unity. There's great unity in the Republican Party, and I hope everyone's going to vote Republican, because otherwise you won't have a country left. Because these people have been destroying. They are destroying our country.
Bitch, you said that last time and you lost, and we still have a country.
Tariffs, that 10%.
Yeah.
Is that going to be for 150 days, or do you want to charge that indefinitely?
We have a right to do pretty much what we want to do, but we're going to charge it
Oh my
starting
God.
effectively. I think it's
This
3
guy.
days from now. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you speak to a lot of factory workers, a lot of manufacturing workers. What does the Supreme Court
It's Tulsi
say?
Gabbard's younger
What's that
sister.
message to those factory workers?
Well, I think the factory workers are happy because we're now telling them that they're going to look. The man I met with yesterday, who owned a factory, was out of business. He was out of business.
That lady looked
And
like
now
Tulsi
he's
Gabbard.
Employing 5 times. In fact, I walked in. He's got a brand new crane. I said, "How old is that crane?" We got it in December. He's allowed to write it off in 1 minute. The Great Big Beautiful Act gave no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. He said this great big beautiful bill, frankly, has been the best
Conversation
thing
that
that's
never
ever
happened.
for the workers of the, much more so than for rich people. The only thing it does for rich people, it allows them to hire
He said
a
he
lot
was
more
going to
people.
put his tongue in my
But
mouth, and I
when
loved
saw
it.
him, and
I
then
loved
he said
it.
it's all up and down the line. This is a place in Georgia, all up and down. Other factories doing different, not only steel products, different. He said every one of us was out of business. We could barely make it. Some of them were down to less than an hour a week. Think of it, 1 hour a week.
He's just
a few
making
little
these
trinkets
things
or
up,
whatever they
guys,
make.
like for real. Dark
Now
Guess
they're
Who,
going
you're
round the
absolutely
clock.
right.
I had it a month ago. I went to Michigan, went to Ford, and I met with Bill Ford, the head of Ford, and we were in one of the biggest plants, an original plant from the early 1900s, where, by the way, I might add this, it's not really relevant, but it's all relevant. Murders are down the lowest since 1900, around the time that he had this plant. That's 125 years. We have the lowest murder rate. Okay. And our crime is way down in the country.
We're exporting our schmurders. Now we do it in other countries.
They are so thrilled with Trump. So whether we charge IEPA tariffs,
He
or
just
whether we
referred to
charge
himself
tariffs
in the
under a
third
different
person.
section, that's what we're going to be doing. There's no way we can lever. This is what happened to our country. This is why we owe $38 trillion, which we'll get rid of in pretty good course. We have a very incompetent Fed chairman who likes high interest rates. For political reasons, he likes them. But we're going to have somebody
What the
very
fuck?
good. Interest rates should come down.
The guy
Those
you
things.
pointed,
I think we should pay
that one.
We should pay the lowest interest rates on the planet. There should be no country, and we don't do that. We're number 38. This is just bad policy for a long period of time. But what's happened is we've made America strong again. We've made America great again. We should pay. As an example, the country of Switzerland, we were getting almost no tariffs from them. We had a $40 billion deficit.
You don't get
And
terrorists
the Prime
from
Minister called
those
me up. She
countries,
said, "But we are a
dumbass.
small country," because I said we're going to raise it to 39% from nothing. That would have rendered them not very successful, as opposed to right now they're considered elite. But if we put a tariff, they would. And I realized then, she said, "But sir, we are a small country." I said, "You're a small country with a big deficit. For us, you're making a lot of money off the United States. If we do that, a lot of these elite countries, they're elite because we let them make so much money. And I want them to do well. But I don't want them to do well on the backs of the American taxpayer." So I appreciate your question.
Bitch, you're overpaying for properties for your billionaire buddies.
What are you felt when you?
I was surprised because I thought that what we did was, number one, according to, I mean, I read the paragraphs. I read very well. Great
Oh my God.
comprehension. I read everything there is to read.
I'm the best reader.
You can't lose this case.
ever.
But we can when judges are political, when they want to be politically correct.
When I
when they
read
can't
paragraphs,
use
those
a
paragraphs
group of
don't
people in
exist
DC,
anymore
maybe.
because I
don't know
read
what
them.
It is, because when you read it, there's no other.
I'm a reader.
Interpretation. There is no other interpretation. But it's okay, because what has come out, and I'll say it for the third time and maybe the last time in a while, is that we've taken the uncertainty of tariffs out, because we had uncertainty. We got
Guess who?
I know them well, that are very outside country, China-centric, but outside country-centric. And they're going to end up not doing as well as they did before. America was becoming really, we're strong again. Hey, we have the strongest military. I rebuilt the military in the first term.
Oh my God.
We have the most powerful military. We make the best equipment. And even them, we could do much better. We have people that get paid a lot of money to manufacture Patriot missiles and javelins and all the different things. But when you want them, they're too slow. And we put them on notice, and they're going to make, our country is building a lot of things right now, and our country is doing really well. And we're going to keep it that way. The bottom line is that the word certainty is now in the equation. Every single thing I said today is guaranteed certainty. It's been tested, as Jameson said 1,000 times. Literally, I said hundreds of times. He said, sir, actually thousands of times. And won
another conversation that didn't take place.
We're just going back to that. And
that guy's probably like,
we had other
I
presidents.
didn't say that. But whatever, he'll shoot me if I disagree.
Maybe they weren't business oriented. Maybe they weren't smart. We had some dummies too, I respectfully say we had some real dummies. So we are going to keep it going just as before, probably more so. But you're no longer going to be asked, every time I got up, you'd ask, well, what happens if you can't charge tariffs? Now we can. And by the way, in their decision, they specifically said we can do this.
Now we can charge tariffs because the court said that I couldn't charge tariffs. It means that I can.
Were negotiated using IEEPA tariffs. Yeah. Do those stand now, or are they have to be
redone?
Well,
some of them stand. Many of them stand. Some of them won't, and they'll be replaced with the other tariffs.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court justices who ruled against this the policy, striking it down, are they still invited to your State of the Union next week? And please,
yeah, they are invited. Barely.
That's funny. Look at her face. She's like, yeah, sure.
3 are happily invited. No, they're barely invited. Honestly, I couldn't care less if they come. Okay.
What a jackass.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Here, real quick, let me pause it.
Deal, which is
Rah, she asked if the Supreme Court justices just ruled against him if they were invited to the State of the Union address.
The framework, which is to be signed
Fucking
with
idiot.
India sometime soon. will that stand now? And on the decision,
changes.
Nothing changes?
No, nothing changes. They'll be paying tariffs. And we will not be paying tariffs. So
that lady's like, can I just get my question out? I mean, come on.
From what it used to be, as you know. India, and I think Prime Minister Modi is a great gentleman, a great man, actually.
He tried to kiss me once, and I liked it.
Much smarter than the people that he was against in terms of the United States. He was ripping us off in India. So we made it.
It's like I just moved on him like a bitch.
We are not
I
paying
just kiss him.
To them,
I just grab him by the pussy.
We did a little flip.
So as of now for this
Mr. President.
No, the India deal is on.
Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
All the deals are on. We're just going to do it a different way.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think there is another war that you stopped and you should take the credit, which is in Syria. Secretary Rubio, after his meeting in Munich with the Syrian Foreign Minister and the Kurdish General Muslim Abdi, he said that President Trump was directly involved in efforts to stop the fighting between the Kurds and the Syrians. How will your administration will make sure that this peace is sustained? And do you support the idea
Well, it's a very different topic, and so I don't want to spend a lot of time. But all I can say is that the president of Syria, who I essentially put there, is doing a phenomenal job. He's a rough guy. He's not a choir boy. A choir boy couldn't do it. But Syria is coming together, really coming together well. And thus far, he's been very good to the Kurds. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. President, what's your message to the Iranian people after 2 rounds of talks with them? Do you have any message to the Iranian people?
The Iranian people in Iran or people here?
People in Iran.
They better negotiate a fair deal. They better negotiate. You know, the people of Iran are a lot different than the leaders of Iran. And it's very, very sad situation. But 32,000
people of the U.S. are very different than this fucking
short period of time.
diaper shitting Donald McTaco tits piece of shit.
Hang some by crane. They lift them up with a tall crane and they play them around the square. They were going to hang 837 people. And I gave them the word, if you hang one person, even one person.
Oh, that's interesting. His own followers were calling to hang the vice president of the United States, and he pardoned them.
They didn't hang 837. Supposedly, they didn't hang anybody. But no, I feel very badly for the people of Iran. They've lived in hell. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned multiple times foreign influence over the Supreme Court. Do you have evidence of that? And if not,
this guy looks afraid of his own question.
You're gonna find out.
What alternatives are you going to put into place in your relationship with Europe, and also those tariffs that have been called illegal? How they're going to go impact the relationship with Russia? That you sanction
Well,
some
I want
countries?
Europe to strengthen up. Europe has gone woke. Europe is not recognizable when you go into so many places. Not all countries. You look at.
He's like, they just arrested the royal family. They've gone woke. Why are they convicting and investigating these peace videos? That's woke.
You look at Hungary. You look at Poland, Czech.
Want to be Rambo.
Slovakia. There are some countries that have gone very much the opposite. Some really, and some others. But Europe has to be strong, and they become soft and not recognizable. You go into some of the countries, I don't want to be specific, but I think everyone knows what I'm talking about. And they're not recognizable. They become, the environmentalists have taken over. They've got windmills destroying their fields and their beautiful meadows and their oceans, and they're paying a fortune. Now, Europe has to get smart. Europe's getting killed on two things, energy and immigration. And if they don't solve both of them fast, Europe is not the same place. Yeah, please.
Justices Gorsuch and Barrett, are you surprised in particular by their decision today? And do you regret nominating them?
I don't want to say whether or not I regret. I think their decision was terrible. Yeah. I think it's an embarrassment to their families. You want to know the truth? The two of them. Yeah.
Specifically on that $2,000 tariff check.
Mr. President,
I didn't call you.
You didn't call me?
Yeah, Mr. President, to be clear, do you believe at the end of implementing these new tariff tools, the tariff rate and tariffs will ultimately be higher than they currently are?
Potentially higher. How much higher? It depends, whatever we want them to be. But we want them to be fair for other countries. And, you know, we have some countries that have treated us really badly for years, and it's going to be high for them. And we have other countries that have been very good, and it's going to be very reasonable for them. Yeah.
Specifically on the tariffs question, I mean on the $2,000.
I didn't call you.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you have any plans to travel?
This bitch is like, lady, do you see the color of your skin? I didn't call you. I don't want you. This guy is gross.
To India for the Quad Summit, and how do you think your relationship with India is right now?
I think my relationship with India is fantastic. And we're doing trade with India. India pulled out of Russia. You know, India was getting its oil.
Freaking
from
laser
Russia,
beams.
right? And they pull way back at my request because we want to settle that horrible war where 25,000 people are dying every month. And my relationship with Prime Minister Modi is, I would say, great. I also stopped the war between India and Pakistan, as you know. There were 10 planes we shot down. That war
He
was
showed
going
up, he shit
and
in his
probably going
diaper,
nuclear.
and they were all like, oh, God.
And just yesterday,
We're going to have to
the
work
Prime
this out so
Minister
we
of
don't have to
Pakistan
deal with
said
this guy
President
anymore.
Trump saved 35 million lives by getting them to stop. That's and I did it largely.
What the
in tariffs.
fuck?
I said, look, you're going to fight, that's fine, but you're not going to do business with the United States, and you're going to pay a 200% tariff each country. And they called up and they said, we have made peace. Okay. I just want to thank you all. Look, great certainty has been brought back to the economy of the United States and actually the economy of the world because we generate so much in the world. We're the biggest in the world, and we're now the strongest by far.
This
We were a
motherfucker
country
just
that was
said
dead 1.5 years.
that 35 times the number of deaths from the Vietnam War would have happened if he hadn't stopped that war. This man is out of his fucking mind.
Ago. Now we have the hottest country in the world. We're going to keep it that way. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I've got to go change my diaper. People can smell it.
Killed in Iran, sir?
Wow. Well, so that was ridiculous. I think we can say with a straight face. Or maybe not. Lift, maybe you took away something different than I did. What say you, sir?
I don't think he's a great public speaker. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Do you think those stories, I mean, because, you know, I'm listening to him tell these stories that...
Do I think the stories were made up? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah, obviously, dude.
Okay. We've all dealt with people with that, right? Like, where you come across that person who's all, like, he's always, you know, the person's always saying shit that you're just like, oh, that's bullshit. But I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to nod my head. And
Yeah. I think some of those stories were probably, came up on the fly. But like, you know,
he wanted to kiss me. He did. He wanted to kiss me. He wanted to put his lips under my lips. I would have called him Bubba. I would have enjoyed it. Weird.
Yeah, but I mean, the point remains, like, you know, what matters is what people believe. So, like, you know, I think he did an okay job of, you know, I don't know, fucking people who are uneducated believing in his stories, right?
Yeah, I know. I just like, why? Like, dude, you don't have to do that. You don't have to, like, make up stuff. And when he's looking back, he's like, I said 100, and he said, sir, it's 1,000. And I'm like, that motherfucker never said that to you. He's probably afraid that his dog would get
Bro,
shot.
none of those conversations with other leaders happened. Like, that dude just straight up did that shit. I'm not gonna lie.
He's the braggart. Like, it's just, ugh. It's so unnerving. Like, I just can't, I can't stand
Look,
watching him.
I can, based on that video that you played, I can understand a little bit more of your dislike of him. Okay, I won't disagree. Okay.
I mean, I'm just like, I don't know. It's just that poor lady. I don't know who that was. The black lady. He kept pointing over there. I didn't call on you. Like,
yeah, dude.
I wonder if that's embarrassing for her. Like, if that makes her feel uncomfortable. It's like, damn, that's twice now I got it wrong. He probably did it on purpose. What a jackass.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Probably the network she's working for. He has like an agenda, you know, for certain networks. Maybe that's what it is.
I'm not even a fan of CNN. I haven't liked CNN for a long time. And I don't know, this like hate, this vitriol towards media in general is just, I don't know.
Dude,
it's got a lot of dictator vibes, man.
Look, I'm not a fan of CNN, but I do like this Caitlin Collins girl. Like, I think she's the only one who's asking like questions that, normally people would be afraid to ask. Like, so I have respect for that.
Yeah. No, I do like Caitlin Collins. She seems like a go-getter.
Yeah.
For real.
She doesn't fuck around. She does not mess around, dude. And even though she still gets, the tail end of Trump's how do I say tail end of Trump's
wrath.
patience.
Yeah, no, I wonder if he just fucking hates her.
I think he does, dude. But like, I think everybody else asks softball questions, and so maybe he's keeping on the only one who asks a little bit of hardball questions. I think
like that dude on the left in the suit, the one that was standing up. I'm like, who paid you to be there to ask that? He probably wrote the question. Now ask this and make it sound serious.
Look, I don't know how many fucking interviews you've seen, but that dude is always there, and he's always asks questions that he phrases it too in a way that Trump likes. And
pandering,
Trump
right?
Yeah, he panhandles it to him, dude.
Well, I wonder if that's a good strategy to you ask a hard question, but before you do it, you pander to his ego a little bit to soften the hard question and fuck him up and make him answer in a way that
well, here's what I think. I think
honest.
I think with Trump specifically, I think that if you glaze him a little bit right before, I think you're going to get an answer that normally he would not be forthright with.
Right.
I think
it's pretty sad that our president is that way.
It's pretty sad, but I mean, countries have made deals with us doing the same strategy, right? So it's been shown to be from another perspective effective, right?
Yeah, well, the Dale Carnegie book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. That's one of those things, One of
and
the deals
actually,
you do.
But now that you mention that, I mean, that book is actually fucking really true, dude. I don't know if you've ever tried to imply those strategies. It's super effective. To be honest.
But I have a hard time with it because I don't know if I just don't care or don't like the person. It's hard for me to muster.
Well, I know that's why.
You know what I mean? It really is. It's a struggle for me, but
yeah, no, I get that part, but at the same time, if
it seems manipulative, don't it?
Bro, at the very least, right? The one basis, I think the one point that he mentioned, right? Remembering someone's name, right? That already kind of wins you a lot of points, right?
I'm terrible with that. I've tried to employ strategies to fucking remember people's name. I just can't do it. I'm just terrible with names.
Bro, dude, I'm terrible at it as well. I write their names in my phone. I open up the notes app to write their names, and I don't know, man, it kind of works.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just terrible at it. I don't know. Maybe I'm self-centered. I don't know. Anyway, McLovin, what was your takeaway from that? Diaper full of shit stain.
Well, I really think we have to. Somebody needs to get an actual transcript of what was said, word for word, because that's got to be just ridiculous. I don't know. He doesn't make sense.
Liberal.
He babbles. Yeah, what's up?
Liberal. No, Liberal. I have a question for you based on this this interview that just happened, right? So, based on his language, so do you think that he's going to adhere to the ruling, or what do you think?
Well, okay, so technically, and we talked about this earlier. People rightly called it that he was just going to do some other loophole or whatever and do it. So he said they're going to stay in place. He's going to add a 10% global tariff, and he's just going to do it under Section 302 or something. There's National Defense 1. There's unfair trade practices that he can apply it to, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to pick one. He's going to stick to it. Somebody's going to sue him. It's going to go to court. Supreme Court's going to rule on it. And if that doesn't work, he'll then go to the next one. So he'll keep those tariffs in place probably the entire 4 years, just going through all of the things that have been, put in place over the years. Congress is going to have to clean that shit up. They really are.
Is it crazy that correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I heard, it sounds like he's taking the dissent and saying we got approval.
That is what he said, but it's fucking he's an idiot. But
right. I just want to make sure that's what he said, though.
Yeah, no, that is what he said. And matter of fact, I sarcastically pointed that out. I'm like, they told me I couldn't, which means that I can, because that is what he said. But he's going to apply it under a different federal law, and one of those being national defense. Right, and so he said specifically in there, they're all going to stay in place, because somebody asked him and he said they're all going to stay in place, and now I'm going to add a 10% global tariff, and he's going to do it under Section 232 is what it was, Section 232. So let's look this up. Section 232.
Yeah, while you're looking that up, I'll just say this: these tariffs are not going to go away until Congress does something about it.
Yeah, Trade Expansion Act of 1962. Section 232. The head of any department or agency or any interested party may request that the Secretary of Commerce investigate the effects of a specific import on U.S. national security. Commerce Secretary may also self-initiate an investigation. The Commerce Secretary must immediately notify the Secretary of Defense. Investigate and report. Let's see. So, yeah, this is just another way. If Commerce determines that there's no threat to U.S. national security, no further action is taken. If Commerce determines that there is such a threat, President has up to 90 days to decide whether to concur with Commerce's determination. So, yeah, he's just going to apply it under that.
We've seen the effectiveness of using national security as a defense, right? I think we've seen it, right?
Now, say that again. I'm sorry. I was still reading that paragraph. I missed what you said.
We've seen the effectiveness of using national security as a defense for a lot of actions, right? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, like the Iraq War, fucking Patriot Act. I mean, any number of things. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I guess you can go that far. But, there's a high probability that, maybe that his defense argument might actually work, right?
Well, he'll still get sued. He's going to get sued, and it'll go through the exact same process.
My thoughts on being sued. Who gives a shit?
Yeah. Well, he won't get sued. The U.S. government will get sued, and it'll go through the exact same process. It'll reach the Supreme Court, and then they'll have to rule on that specific statute. It's fucking stupid.
Here's another thing that I disagree with Democrats, that, and this is extending an olive branch, because I shouldn't be telling you how to do your job, but so Democrats should be keeping a running tally of all the costs of all the lawsuits held against Donald Trump, and every time that they make a media appearance, they should be showing it. I think that would be highly effective to garner people on their side. Is that?
Yeah, they do keep a running tally, though generally speaking, that's the media that does that. Right here, the Fulcrum. This was in May, so they're probably gonna have to update it. 101 days into the Trump administration, Bloomberg reported over 328 lawsuits. We will certainly, but to your point, they do need to drag that out every time they fucking speak.
Yeah, that's
even just as a minor. Oh, and by the way, Donald Trump has cost the United States taxpayer this much money and all. Yeah, I agree.
They don't even need to address it. Just put up a chart and then show the bar going higher and higher, and just put it in the background and talk about whatever you want to talk about, but have it there so it's a constant thing that people are aware of. I watch a lot of media appearances. I don't really see it ever. So and look, I'm just seeing this as a realist. I think it would make a good. I think it's a good thing to do. First of all, as Americans,
yeah, even to Republicans, you keep hammering away at that. You keep hammering away at that. And even Republicans will start being like, okay, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I completely
Republicans
agree.
who care about fiscal spending, right? Like me, those people will actually care. So I don't know. I think it's just a good media strategy that they should be implementing, right? So,
Bro, we saw Alex Preddy. Like, they don't care.
I don't think you're right about that. I think people do care. Dude, me and many other Republicans do care about federal government.
I think the people who care have already seen, and I don't know.
No, I care, and I don't like seeing federal government infringe on states' rights, right? So,
did you vote for Trump?
I did. Yeah, I did.
Here we go.
In
I
this
just
last
found
election? Okay, I'm sorry. I stand corrected.
I found a website here that actually does keep a tally, and it lists every lawsuit apparently that has come against. Right there, I put it in there. You just have to remove the capital DOT. And matter of fact, let me put it in on the YouTube. And for the people that had commented on YouTube, my apologies. I wasn't paying attention to it. It was some time ago. Somebody had asked about my thoughts on RFK Jr., but I missed it. I think that was a while back.
So what's the general about how much is it?
Now I don't think this necessarily shows the dollar amount, but it lists all of the lawsuits. Let me see.
Give a general estimate. What does it look like? In hundreds of millions, like billions?
Certainly in the hundreds of millions. I mean, I say that because that case, I got a TRO against the school, right? And then we're talking just 40,000 person city school, and they paid like $67,000 for the TRO and the preliminary injunction. It's just those two things. Almost $70,000 they paid,
and there were much larger.
Fuck, yeah. So these are costing out the out the ass. This is getting ridiculous. That's another thing we really have to address as society.
I will say that's my main issue with this Trump administration is that the frequency of lawsuits and the cost that they are, and nobody really thinks about that because it's like that's my main issue, dude, because I know it's costing so much money, and I know for a fact nobody really is gonna fucking care about it. Like, nobody's gonna talk about this. It won't be used for political, positioning. It's just gonna be forgotten about, and it's costing so much money, and that's the part I hate.
And another weird thing is he's actually wasting money too, because for example, the bridge that connects Jersey and New York, the North River Tunnel, I believe is what they're going to call it now. I can't remember the name of it, but they had to redo it because it runs like fucking millions of people every day. I think hundreds of millions of people, and it was dilapidated. So they put together a plan, the federal government, because it's between two states, it's a federal purview. So the federal government had promised $12 billion of the $16 billion it was going to cost. And, and then the states would share the burden of the other $4 billion. Well, they started doing it. The federal government had already put out almost $1 billion in that funding that they had promised, and the construction's underway. Donald Trump went in there and he's like, no, we're going to cut this off. You're going to get the money if you rename the fucking metro station after me.
Penn Station.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bitch, what? He does. So this is, if that doesn't go through, I assume at some point it will, because they're now in litigation about it. But holy shit.
That's my point about, influence, right? And that goes back to that aspect of doing certain things to increase your influence, right? I think that's what he was trying to do.
But that's a personal thing.
Yeah, but the court ruled against it, and they sent the money. So
Oh, did they already rule that? I mean, because this was recent.
No, I live in the States, so I know. Yeah, they started the funding again. They're actually building it again. The work started. Yeah, they ruled on it. The federal court said you can't do that. You need to release the money, and then the federal government actually did do it, which is why I was kind of asking, do you think, Trump is going to do what he's, said based on the what do you call it, the tariffs? Because he got a federal ruling here, and we saw him adhere to it. So, I'm just wondering if maybe, he might do the same thing with these tariffs.
I don't think so, because in this case, this is different because now he has something else because he's just going to call it something else. So technically, from a legal standpoint, it's now different. Even though everybody watching can see it's the same. But it's because they ruled based on the wording of the IEPA, thing that allowed him to do certain things, but not, tariff. They ruled on that language. They didn't rule on all of it in just tariffs in general.
Here's one other thing that I like about Trump, okay? He has all these policy advisors, all these people who are delving so deep into the law that they're able to find these loopholes that exist to enact their, agenda. And when Democrats were in office, like, why didn't they do that, right? They had all these tools available. All you need is someone to, research the policy, go back fucking 100 years or whatever. And like, there's plenty of ways they could have enacted their own agenda if they really wanted to. But we're seeing Republicans do it because they believe in it. And I'm not sure that Democrats either believe in it or have the cojones.
I don't think it's because Republicans believe in it. I think it's because they have a guy who is willing to ignore basically all, norms, all, the Constitution to push his agenda. Like, he rarely goes to Congress for anything, which is what a president should do. Congress needs to be doing stuff.
But do you
know,
hear my overall point on this?
Well, what is your point?
I'm not saying that you need to agree with me. I'm just saying, do you hear my overall point? That
what's the point?
They're basically they believe in something, and then they use all tools available to enact what they believe in, right? Like they're going back into the law books over 100 years.
Trump is doing that, not Republicans, but yes, Trump is doing that.
I know,
but you're right.
The same logic, right?
And Democrats don't.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
One way or another. Yeah.
The DNC is, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with some of these Democrats, to be honest. Like fucking Chuck Schumer and these, like, Hakeem Jeffries. Like, they're playing some weird fucking, we're so prim and proper. And, you know what I mean? And this guy's like, fuck you and fuck you and fuck you.
Yeah.
Where's that? Where's that person?
I believe it or not, I had, I know somebody who ran as a Democrat, right? And you know how they talk about this DNC machine? You know how you probably heard it before, right? DNC machine or whatever. It's actually a real thing. Like, so, like, if you're not part of the machine, they will throw in like a massive amount of money and run somebody. Doesn't matter if they're their beliefs or whatever. They'll throw a massive amount of money into someone to run against you just so you don't win because you're not a part of the DNC machine. Like, this is a real thing, dude. It's crazy.
No, it is. It is. This is why I've hated the DNC for quite some time. That's why, people, I usually say I'm not necessarily a Democrat. I'm a liberal. Mm-hmm. Because these Democrats are like what they did to Bernie, for example. She basically took over the entire establishment because they were broke. And so her campaign loaned them money in exchange for allowing her to take over the DNC.
You saw what happened to Bernie on a huge scale. Now imagine all these lower local elections. Like, if they were comfortable doing that to Bernie on a national scale, dude, that's happening.
Now, to be fair, Republicans do that too. I've watched it happen.
Do they?
Like even at the state level, absolutely they do.
Hey, liberal.
Yeah, what's up?
I just want to take one quick shot at trying to explain what I was trying to earlier. I think I can do it a little bit better because that's what I was actually doing most of the time Trump was talking. I was trying to explain the difference in who benefits from like a specific tax revenue expenditure. So in the case of Social Security, who benefits from that tax revenue expenditure is us, the American people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the interest payments on our debt, who is getting those interest payments from our tax dollars, from our tax revenue? It's like you said, the holders of bonds and securities and such forth. And then who are the biggest holders of those bonds and securities? The Fed, banks, financial institutions. So those people are getting our hard-earned tax dollars.
Okay.
Bankers and rich people. And that's because of just the deficit. That's my only point. The deficit results in interest payments that are going to go back to the rich people simply because our politicians refuse to tax the rich people for all the shit they spend. So the middle class is getting double screwed.
I mean, I don't disagree. But also
that's all I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to say Social Security is anything.
No, I know you weren't, but it just felt like you kept conflating those two things. But one doesn't add to the deficit necessarily, or at least it's not supposed to. It's written into law to not supposed to.
Yeah, I was just strictly speaking more about who benefits from the tax revenue expenditure.
Sure, but I mean these are essentially guaranteed. It's a loan to the government in exchange for interest rate increases. Cities own treasury bonds, states own treasury bonds.
Yes,
You've got nonprofits. They will, when they take, I saw this
but
one.
The biggest holders.
Well, sure. But I mean, banks borrow into it as well because they get a return on their investment. Hedge fund, Wall Street uses that to diversify their portfolios.
And banks just a place where rich people keep all their money. I mean, we don't really have any money in comparison to what all the rich people have. So that's just us giving our tax revenue, our tax dollars, back to the rich people and their bankers.
I mean, you could. I wonder if you could just say that banks can't, buy treasury bonds. But it's.
We'll just say you
because
can't.
To me, it's like. I mean, I don't know that that's how they raise money and that's how they pay for shit, and people get a return on their investment. Like you could buy a bond, you could personally buy a bond, and then after a certain period of time, depending on the bond that you get a return on it. So it's not like it's the most terrible thing in the world, but again, that money you're getting back is coming out of the taxes you pay, which is kind of weird to think about, but that's how that goes.
When it becomes the second largest expenditure of the budget, though, that's when it becomes like an issue, in my opinion.
Yeah, no. I look, I don't disagree with you there. They've got to rein that shit in. Of course, the U.S. is in a unique position where, we're the world's reserve currency. And so, we're able to print and create money if we want. No other country, can really do that. So it's us running a deficit, a small one isn't necessarily a problem, but when it gets too much, the interest is, why in the fuck are we paying that much?
Yeah, every country can print money, though.
Have to. Well, I mean, yes, but they don't have the levers available to them to keep that from causing like hyperinflation, for example.
Well, yeah, and I mean,
because we can get rid of money from the money supply either by sending it off into other countries because countries need dollars to trade in oil. This is another reason why every country that wants to sell their oil outside of the dollar, right?
That's the big little secret there, right? So
right, we somehow create propaganda to make them out to be terrorist countries, and then we go and bomb them and take it over and then install somebody who won't do that. So yeah, but eventually, that's going to run out. people, the world, especially now with Trump doing what he's doing, the world has to
But I appreciate
turn.
it. I just wanted to try to
Sure.
explain that one last time. But have a good one, man. Take it easy.
Yeah, take it easy. We'll see you. Yeah, I mean, with that, I'm probably going to shut down anyway. I've been on 5 hours now. It's been first day back from a long break, a long needed break. Lyft, I think, said he was going to go, but I'm probably not going to wait for him to get back. But I may be back tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. I do appreciate all the gifts and the likes. We didn't quite hit 50K, but I don't know. Maybe next time. Thank you all so much. I appreciate the support, and we will catch you next time.
We'll see you next time, brother.
Peace.
Bye.
Thanks for coming up, man. As always, a pleasure. See ya.